morning, good afternoon, good evening to all our worldwide audience and IIUans. I, Professor Nada Ratkovic, the co-founder of IIU Europe, the president of IIU Research Center, country director Croatia, and board member of IIU, heartily welcome you all with a big warm greetings, enough to encompass you, all from the International Internship University on this auspicious occasion of the G20 Summit 2023. Welcome you all to the G20 International Global Summit 2023 envisaged topic, the world's heritage, culture, and tourism, organized by IIU with the G20 Summit, its presidents as green tourism, digitalisation, culture, and tourism, and SMEs and MSMEs and cultural development for sustainable development and global economy. After amazing months, I can say today we have a new great topic. So, where we will point on call to the actions on the cultural diversity, on the global economy, on the cultural rights, on the culture in public policies, in the culture and education, in the culture in times of the crisis, culture in the climate action, the illicit trafficking of cultural property and return and restitution of cultural property. Let me first introduce our organizer so we will celebrate, collaborate, communicate, and catalyze the changes, and we will continue to contribute to the citizenship, community, and country. Piyush Pandit, the visionary educationist, always had a dream to provide education to every learner across the world. He believes that the world is changing drastically, so there is no need to make changes in the education system. With this thought, Piyush Pandit concocted the world's first digital internship university, International Internship University in 2020. IIU is providing quality, skill-based, affordable, accessible, location and independent and skill-based digital education to all the learners across the globe, along with the internship opportunities, research facilities, through its 1,000+ virtual courses to all the learners across the globe. We have the platform, the MOOC, the Massive Open Online Courses, which are aiming to promote internships, opportunities, and research facilities to its learners. So now, whenever IIU is doing any event, you will see the logo internships because we are going to work with our students, not only educators, we are with the youth. So again, I will repeat that we are accredited and affiliated with the World Education Organization, WOO, with the EAQ, the International Accreditation Organization. We have so many partners who will be introduced after my short speech. So in this short span of time, IIU has spread wings in 195 countries, 6 continents, with a team of 1,000+ experienced qualified global educators across the world. IIU is registered in India, Australia, Nepal, and with the USA government. Digital education by IIU is for all, without any hurdles, as per the own wish of the learners, without any financial stress, which is easily accessible in every corner of the world. So, without longer talk, I want to welcome you all and present this group of 20G20, and it is a paramount platform for fostering international economic cooperative pivotal in scoping and founding the global framework and the government's counseling a crucial economic matters worldwide. India is proudly assuming the presidency of G20 from December 1st, 2022 to November 30, 2023, and enhances the opportunity to spearhead the changes. Guided by the resolute leadership of Dr. Sri Vidya Sukumar from the United Arab Emirates, and with the emerging support from the esteemed IIU Core Committee and team, we are prepared to unveil a transformative initiative. So, IIU is launching this empowering endeavor to revolutionize the world of women and social entrepreneurs. With the upcoming summit, which are organizing virtual, which you are witnessing all these months with us, we have the unappreciated opportunity to transcend geographical boundaries and bring together brilliance from all the corners of the globe. So we can prove that we are proving a new way for the future where everyone can thrive through collaboration, innovation, and collective determination. Now, I want to uh, use this opportunity and invite our core team member, Dr. Virginia Riviera. Dr. Virginia, welcome. Dr.
You are on mute, Dr. Virginia.
Yes, okay, it is okay
Thank
now.
you so much. I'm here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Nala. Thank you all. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the globe. Let me tell you a little bit about our team. Our team is constantly pushing the boundaries of education, seeking new ways to enhance the learning experience and make it more accessible and inclusive. We embrace emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and virtual reality to create immersive and interactive learning experiences like this one. Let me start by introducing our team. As you already know, you've met our Professor Nala. She is definitely our MC extraordinaire from Croatia. She's the president of our IIU Research Center and co-founder of IIU Europe. We also count today with Ermina Rascu. She's from Romania. She is the president of the Women's Entrepreneurial Council and the vice principal in James International School. We have Dr. Snigdha Kadum, and she's our project coordinator. We also have, I always say, the teacher extraordinaire, Inga Karaskova, president of IIU Europe and master teacher from Georgia. We also have today Dr. Sandy Balaki, our esteemed leader when it comes to receiving all of our speakers. And we have Dr. Srividya Sukumar. She's an educationist, a mentor, and a coach from the United Arabian Emirates. We are so excited to also welcome our two community partners. The GSFN has been established to provide a common platform that helps its members, financial institutions, benefit from opportunities emerging through transformation to sustainable economy. They support its members in developing capacities to integrate sustainability across the board. They foster initiatives that help build private-public partnerships, promoting sustainable lending and investments. They also offer networking opportunities to members' financial institutions. They multilateral organizations, government bodies, business and industry, and other stakeholders for sharing experiences and ideas. They provide a forum to support the development and execution of sustainable finance policy. They present a marketplace for all members to promote their sustainable finance practices, their business ideas, products, and services. They perform any other task that promotes sustainable finance. I also would like to talk to you about our other community partner. This is iGen. The 74 million young Americans born between 1995 and 2012 comprise the most important generation in the nation's history, both in size and composition. 1 out of 4 Americans from age 5 to 22 have been collectively dubbed the iGen generation or the internet generation. This iGen handle won out over other names, such as Generation Z, which I think we'll remember calling them, which was doomed to fail because there was no letter previous in the other generations that preceded it. Other Generation Z replacements include the Homeland Generation, Centennials, Post-Millennial, the Founders, iGeneration, and I am sure there are many, many other that we haven't heard yet. This generation has its own moniker, and that is far from unusual, given the names of other populations that existed before. Those several periods ranging between the 12 and 25 years ago were known as the Lost Generation, the Interbellum Generation, the Greatest Generation, the Silent Generation. Also, its subset, the War Babies, Baby Boomers, Generation X, and the most recent group, the Millennials. Not only has it become the largest social cohort, outnumbering millennials and baby boomers together. The iGen generation, or the iGeners, is also the most ethnically diverse generation compared to its predecessor. Thank you all. Thank you to the team and to our community partner. Professor Nara.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Virginia, for introducing our core team and our partners. So now I want to invite our great Dr. Srividya Sukumar, because without her, this event will not be here. Welcome, Dr. Srividya. Unmute yourself, please.
Hi, everybody. There's the same mistake. It's culture for IIU, I think. Yes, today I trick. Well, okay. So I'm so very delighted to be here amidst you all. And you know how eagerly I just wait for the Sunday afternoon to come from. I'm from UAE, so it's afternoon for me. So the Sunday afternoon is so very religious time for me, so that I'm going to meet my team first place, and to meet everybody across the globe, to share our thoughts, to share our willingness to working together, to work in partnership, to work in equity, such that we take these vibes across and building positive vibes, building positive collaboration, opening our arms so widely with a wider smile as our Dr. Virginia has it. I always envy her for the wider smile that she has. So all these things, really, it imbibes what? It's a culture. It's a culture that we are developing. And coming back to this word, what is this word culture? I somehow love this word culture. It talks about ethnicity. It talks about genetics. It talks about subjugation. It talks about exclusion, inclusion. It talks about persecution, and it goes on. And moreover, philosophically and moreover scientifically, what does culture mean? Culture means tilling of the land such that we are regenerating, we are working on something to make it much more applicable, much more usable for the future generation or for the future. So it's an umbrella term which encompasses the social behavior or the institutions or the norms of the human societies, of the knowledge, cultural beliefs, and the values of art, laws, and finally, without missing, laws, policies, and procedures that are involved in it. So this has evolved the human capacity to classify and represent experiences, our own experiences, so to whichever part of the globe that we belong to, as symbols, as custom, as religion, or as systems in place, or otherwise the norms and the policies and the procedures that we follow, and we take it forward and we say that this is our culture. So based on that, why are we talking about culture today? One big question is that today we are talking about culture because we're talking culture in relation with G20. And we all know what is G20, as Dr. Nada has beautifully given a wonderful introduction about G20. We know that it is a combination, it is a congregation of 20 countries working together. And these 20 countries are going to meet on this auspicious month of September. What is going to happen? That's the greatest highlight, which is going to happen on the 9th and 10th of September. That is, they're going to celebrate culture of being together, working together. As we all know, coming together is a beginning. Working together is a process. And celebrating success. What is celebrating together? Celebrating success is working together. That's what is success is all about. So they're going to celebrate the culture of being together on a platform of with the presidency, where India has been given the presidency to hold and celebrate the multicultural formalities on a global platform that's going to happen in India on the September 9th and 10th. So we thought at IIU, our greatest platform, many thanks to our due thanks to and respects to IIU and Mr. Piyush Pandit for giving us such a wonderful platform to share our thoughts and share our inferences, to share our experiences, such that people from different parts of the globe, they come and share their thoughts over here. And we are celebrating culture. Yes or no? Hope everybody will agree with me. As we all know, culture is an important economic sector and is the foundation of the cohesive societies. And culture must be given the place it deserves as a critical component of effective and inclusive multilateralism. That is why India has taken its presidency, which is related to culture. So, good. So with the due respects to our motherland, India, and also people from different parts of the globe, at the global level, the culture has been recognized as an enabler of growth and sustainable development. In 2021, the Rome Declaration of G20 ministers firmly positioned culture as an engine for propelling sustainable socio-economic recoveries. So it just happened. And also after the global health crisis that has led the international community to recognize the catalyzing the power of culture in building the consensus to ensure that all the cultural resources are truly protected as global commons. It has firmly established culture as a global public good to be integrated as a specific goal in post-2030 development agenda. To empower the global development scenarios, it has become imperative to build on the pillars of culture, commerce, connectivity, and collaboration at the global level. So culture has been recognized as an enabler of growth and sustainable development. With this ideation at IIU, we have gathered here to celebrate the world culture and heritage and tourism. With our presidency as green tourism, digitalization, culture and tourism in SMEs and MSMEs, and cultural development for sustainable development, which will influence the global economy. So with our pointers of deliberations addressed by our eminent speakers, which is going to come through, we're going to call to the action. We are going to call to the world, talking about cultural diversity that enhances the global economy. This will be delivered by our Dr. Virginia. Welcome to you, ma'am. And secondly, we'll be addressing cultural rights for the global economy. This will be addressed by Dr. Maritus de Ola. Welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And thirdly, culture in the public policies for global economy. This will be addressed by Dr. Macario. Welcome
Dr.
to you.
Srividya, will we start with our special guest?
Okay, the guest is joined.
Hey,
Just
yes,
a minute. I'll
she's
finish off.
here. Yes, Dr. Gul is here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Thanks for joining us. I'll just finish off the speakers and then carry on with the, yes, definitely.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nada. And point of 5, culture in times of crisis for global economy. This will be addressed by Dr. Inga. And point of 6, culture for climatic action for global economy. This will be addressed by Dr. D. Lakshmi. And point of 7, the illicit trafficking of the cultural property. This will be addressed, vandalizes the global economy. This will be addressed by Ms. Jenny. Pointer 8, return and reinstitution of cultural property will be addressed by Madam Sandhya Balaji. Creative economy and digital transformation enhance the global economy. This will be addressed by Dr. Professor Nada. Pointer 10, the strategic directions, embracing the culture that tourism enhances the global economy will be addressed by me later towards the end of the session. Thank you so much. And as Dr. Nada was mentioning, we have our chief guest who has given the consent to be here amidst us today. Dr. Ercole Baron. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Yes,
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. It's so nice to have you here amidst us today. And kindly give me, yes, it's a greatest pleasure to have you here. And kindly allow us to give you a small introduction about yourself, such that our audience will be clear on exactly whom we are having as a guest today amidst us. Dr. Ercole Baron is currently an associate professor in the School of Tourism and Hotel Management, the Department of Tour Guiding, University of Sinop, Turkey. Dr. Ekul has worked as an integral trainer and teacher in the tour of guiding arena. Her doctorate is in the tourism management from Sakarya University, Turkey, and she has completed a dissertation research on tour guiding in Turkey. Her core subjects are tourism, tour guiding, tour policy, and planning and on women's studies. Madam has also worked as a professional tour guide in the tourism sector and the editor, and she has been the editor of many book chapters in the international arena and published her books as an editor in the national arena as well on tour guiding, past, present, and future, etc., etc., etc. It just goes on. I need to cut it a little bit there. Sorry. Also, Madam has published a book named Dynamics of the Tourism Industry, Post-Pandemics and Disasters under the Apple Academic Pressure. And also, Madam is working on editing a book which is on resilient and sustainable destination after disaster challenges and strategies which is just on the go. It's going to come up very soon. So having ma'am is going to be the real highlight. As I told you, India is going to celebrate its presidency on the September 9th. But our chief guest, also closely related to India, how come is it that the government of India has invited our madam to deliver a talk on tour guiding and the University of Kota about a career in tourism? The Taylor's University on tour guiding and has invited ma'am as a special guest and the guest of honor to many conferences and many organizations. So without taking much time, it's my duty to welcome, along with Dr. Nada, our chief guest for the day. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Srividya, I want to just add one thing. Behind all you say, she's an amazing mother and a beautiful soul. And that's what you say for the book. She is inviting all to join her new edition of the book. Welcome, Dr. Gul.
Thank you so much, dear Professor Nada and dear Dr. Sukumar and all dear members. I am really appreciate for your very kind words, dear Professor Nada, and I'm really inspired from all conferences and all events, and I am a big and regular follower of your events. Thank you so much. I wouldn't like take too much time of you, and I would like to start my words with a little presentation. This presentation also this topic will be presented in one of the most important organizations, IFIT, and I would like to show this topic with you. You know that the climate change is one of the important issue in tourism industry, and also if we would like to sustainable tourism activities, we should gather into women entrepreneurs and also a climate tourism business. The top agendas of women entrepreneurs is gender equality, green managers, and climate changes. And we have a big question when we look up the women entrepreneurs. We come to the same issues as women and men, but our livings are the same. This is the big question in our life. And we can start with gender and equality. Gender is a genetic, psychological means, and the gender has also rules, duties, and responsibilities. We come into the world as a babies. We haven't different from each other, but we differ from with our roles and responsibilities. The gender equality means individuals without discrimination on the basis of gender, and it composed of diversity, discrimination, equality when we talk about the gender in all industries. We have come to see some discrimination before we born in education, in childhood care, and many issues also. And the women empowerment in the tourism industry is a big issue according to the World Tourism Organization. The majority of the world tourism is workforce, and more than half of the employed in the tourism industry are women. And this is a big component in the general economy also. The wage gap in the tourism industry is smaller, and women working in the tourism earn less than men. This is the big complex, I think. And the tourism offers women more opportunities for leadership roles and being a tourism ministers, and also all educational status and universities should be women. And also when we look up the rates, unfortunately we can see like this. Women workforce in the tourism industry, maybe you know that we identify tourism jobs is a feminine, because tourism jobs is similar to workforce. For example, dishwashing, feeding and making food and caring guests is mostly related with our jobs in a house. And the jobs carried out by women in the tourism sector are generally defined insecure, low paid. And women have to quit their jobs in a vital situation as pregnancy, childbirth, and breastfeeding. This is a big complex in the tourism industry. And when we look up the entrepreneurship, it is an individual who creates a new business, bearing most of the risks and enjoying most of the rewards. And entrepreneurs play a key role in any economy, including tourism also, using their skills, initiate the necessary and to anticipate needs and bringing goods, new ideas to the market. Tourism has a big connection with entrepreneurs, and since it refers to the different forms of tourism related business ventures, and maybe we can connection with national constitution like any other enterprise. And tourism enterprise may be defined as a person or a group person producing and managing tourism products. And in a simple word, it embraces all sorts of activities involved in creation, operation of legal activities also. Women has a big component in tourism industry, as I mentioned before. And this means that this is a superpower. The majority of workforce is a female. With broader geographical reach and huge range of skills required, tourism has a big opportunity to pull women out of poverty, equip them with skills and poverty, dignified and sustainable development. But even in many poor countries, there exists a thriving tourism business. To pull them out of poverty, we should equip with them skills and provide dignified and sustainable development. And this means that we have such important issues when we making such an important conference as you. And we have 5 characteristics of a woman entrepreneur. Firstly, they have a big motivation. And the second, they have a good passion. And the third one, they have a featureable vision. And the fourth one, they have a big confidence. And the last one, they have a good decision making. And when we look at the women and climate change, there will be a big issue, not even today and also in the future. I have a short video from this, but I don't, since I didn't get a voice, you can see, I think. So I would like to ask another presentation. The gender is a significant aspect to be taken into account when considering actions both adapt to and mitigate climate change. And the climate change impacts not only physical and economic, but also social and cultural. At the same time, women generally advocate a wider set of action than men for addressing climate change. In many developed countries, women are among the most vulnerable groups owing to a reduced ability to access finance, technology, and information need to adapt to the climate change. In poorer countries, we will have an adverse effect of climate change. So, what is the role of us? We should make resilient roles for our women in the tourism industry. Women's solution for climate change? Yes. For mitigating climate change, women propose more comprehensive approach advocated by men, but they have less power and influence to public. Women tend to focus more on lifestyle and social change to reduce greenhouse gases, including reducing the impact on sustainable consumption and production pattern. Women have a great doubt than men that technological solutions alone will solve all the problems, including global warming, and they support initiates to induce changes in personal behavior. And we can see women's function as a change agents. Women also function as a change agents in community natural resource management, including farming, caregiving, and hold the key adaptation to the climate change. And responsibilities in households, communities as stewards of natural responsible position, while to the developing strategies for adapting to changing environmental realities. Women tend to share information related to the community well-being, choose less polluting energy sources, adapt more easily to environmental changes when their family survival is at stake, since women firstly think their family. Women trained in early warning disaster reduction made a big difference in many countries. And we should adapt women tourism industry to climate change. It is possible. Yes, it is possible. It is possible with gender equalities, green entrepreneurs for climate change. Since it is one of the greatest global challenges of our era, without thinking developed or undeveloped communities. True developing countries have contributed to the least to the causes of climate change. They stand more to their vulnerability to extreme environmental events. Women and men working in sectors most dependent on the weather, such as agriculture and tourism. Climate change is not gender neutral. Women are increasingly being seen as more vulnerable than men to the effects of climate change. But there is a hope that major political leaders have pledged to honor commitments to new green technologies. And according to the, some reports, green jobs in agriculture, industry, services, administration, even with the government subsidies, can promote sustainable economic growth with long-term economic impact. And we have some opportunities exist to create green jobs through energy, industrialization policies to reduce the environmental footprint. Women, with their unique knowledge and capabilities of natural resource management, they can do everything in this. And also green jobs in low carbon economies is a big role within the context of women. Women have a smaller carbon footprint than men due to the different consumption pattern lifestyle. And why the world needs to invest in female climate entrepreneurs in the tourism industry. As a female-founded business tend to employ many people, it's composed of women. Female entrepreneurs are more likely than male counterparts to innovate, address social activities. And if women were able to access position of a leadership in this field, it would help to create wealthy and prosperous, reduce to gender wealth gap. And we should accelerate women climate entrepreneurs in the tourism industry to increase understanding of vulnerability of female entrepreneurs in some regions, investigate the specific adaptation behaviors of female entrepreneurs, identify gender-specific barriers and enables to private sector adaptation. And we have 4 main activities: strengthening local entrepreneurship, providing technical assistance, and also engaging key stakeholders and providing many opportunities. And finally, I would like to finish my words with a good entrepreneurs. Maybe you know Sarah Mansoni and Laura Akinmate's local pools initiatives in the tourism industry, and Stephen Woolworth's Steve work. This is a great entrepreneurs. And also the other one, Judy Weinlein, Adventure Woman, and Sukima Singh, co-founder of Sex Sarpa, and the other one, Nuran Özoz Yılmaz in Turkey, Kars Kazavi, and Çiğdem Aslantaş, Bonga Port Project in Turkey, and Gamze Cizreli. It is a big entrepreneurship in Turkey. And the last one, Ebru Barademir, Cerciş Mutfağı Konağı in Turkey, Mardin. You should absolutely visit this hotel and also restaurants. I would like to my words with a great appreciation to Professor Nada. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Guli, what to say? It was really amazing. Through this, there's no part that you didn't touch in this very important tourism, especially talking about the woman, talking about the gender equality. We are supporting the woman. We are working on the women's empowerment. And yes, in this sector, because a woman can make anything. So let us be stronger and stronger. Dr. Guli, a big, 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 big clap, and thank you. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Dr. Sandy?
Yes, it is time for us to begin the deliberations of our day. And today we begin with call to action. We are going to embrace cultural diversity. And we all know that by embracing cultural diversity, it enriches innovation, it promotes equality, and paves the way for a more sustainable and prosperous global economy, which is what we all are looking at. And to speak her thoughts and ideas on that, we have with us our very own member, Dr. Virginia, who is she's a certified business mentor, coach, and consultant with over 25 years of experience as a corporate and business leader. She's a president of ME Latina, which is a non-profit organization that provides business education and seed capital to Latina women around the world. She's also a partner in business conglomerate of Piyush Group and Swarna Bharat Parivar Trust. And her passion is to give a lifelong legacy that lies in uniting all available forces and efforts to empower women economically in order to create a just and sustainable world for all. And this is just the very little that we have to say about her. And of whatever little that I have known her, I could say that she's a great inspiration, great speaker. And definitely from her profile, we know that she's a mentor who's a bridge builder. And also she's creating for opportunities for women entrepreneurs to shine. So welcome, Dr. Virginia. Looking forward to your inputs on embracing cultural diversity.
Well, thank you. I'm so excited to be sitting on this seat, the speaker seat. I have to say that it's such a privilege to be able to say something and know that it's going to reach every corner of the globe. And that is thank you to our founder, Piyush Pandit, and this wonderful IIU platform. So thank you, Dr. Shavidya, for having us, be part of this today. And a call to action. What is a call to action? Usually it's just something that creates a stimulus or makes us want to focus on one topic or one theme. When it comes to marketing, it's a piece of campaign that really makes whoever is listening really pay attention. And I love the fact that it says a call to action, a cultural diversity, because even though we say this as a buzzword, we are so much more than just a buzzword. I'm going to go ahead and do I have a capability to share my screen? Do this. So we'll be talking today, and this is quickly, cultural diversity enhances for the global economy. If there's ever been a time that we need to embrace cultural diversity, it is now. With social media and technology, we're able to see each other. We're able to talk with each other. We're able to really know and learn about others' tradition, cultures, religions. I mean, it's at our fingertips. So at this point in time, tolerance, respect is definitely needed. And I think that really making this part of a conversation that's going to impact a global economy is key. So when we talk about, let me go back. What is cultural diversity and why is it important? Cultural diversity is synonymous with multiculturalism. And we used to talk about multicultures before it actually had the right name, which was like cultural diversity. So it's the view that cultures, races, ethnicities, particularly those of minority groups, deserve a special acknowledgement of their differences within a dominant political culture. The importance of cultural diversity can be interpreted on the basis of these related actions. Number one, recognizing that there's a large amount of cultures that exist. It's not only an American culture, it's not only Indian culture, it's not only European culture. There's so many. We have so many countries, and as many as those countries, within the country, we have other cultures. Respecting each other's differences, acknowledging that all cultural expressions are valid, valuing what cultures have to bring to the table. I think this is a key one. We need to make sure that there's a seat at the table for every culture so they can feel included in what most likely will impact them and their citizens. Empowering diverse groups to contribute, celebrating differences, not just tolerating. So when I started talking today, I spoke about tolerance. I think that was the one thing that we started with maybe 40, 50 years ago when we would talk about different cultures. Then we talked about respect. Now we talk about inclusion and how important that becomes. In today's interconnected world, cultural diversity isn't just a buzzword. It's a strategic imperative for fostering a robust global economy. Diversity isn't merely a matter of social justice, it's a call to action that has far-reaching implications for businesses, governments, and individuals alike. Let's explore why cultural diversity is crucial for the global economy and how we can all play a part in enhancing it. So number one, and I think probably what helps us grow and become better is driving innovation and creativity. When we really embrace cultural diversity, we also drive innovation and creativity. Diverse teams bring together people with unique perspectives and experiences, leading to innovative solutions and creative ideas. Businesses that prioritize diversity are most likely to develop products and services that cater to a broader range of customers, expanding their market reach and profitability. So let's highlight here. When we cater to a broader range of customers, we will expand our market and we will reach more profitability. When we open a business, when we're talking about growing the local economy, when we're talking about growing the global economy, we're talking about bringing financial health to our countries, and driving innovation and creativity is one of those ways. It also helps us enhance global market access. Cultural diversity within a workforce, within a government, can help businesses better understand and navigate diverse global markets. The Puerto Rico small market, where I'm from in the Caribbean, is very different from the India market. Our needs are different. So when we bring cultural diversity into the play, we will be able to address all those differences. Multilingual employees and culturally aware teams can establish strong relationships and trust with international partners and customers. I would love to say that I am 15,000 miles away. Nonetheless, today I am impacting on a global platform. The more we do this, the smaller our world becomes and the most access we have into all markets. So this is very, very important. Cultural diversity also helps us in boosting economic growth. A diverse workforce can lead to increased productivity and economic growth as it harnesses the talents of a wider range of individuals. Inclusive societies are more likely to attract global talent, foreign investments, and tourism, boosting local economy. If we really look at where we stand today, we will know that as a buzzword, cultural diversity is everywhere, but we need to make sure that we do it from equity and making sure that everybody that participates in our culturally diverse pool is getting equal access to opportunities, equal access to thrive, but most importantly, that human rights are respected. When we talk about cultural diversity, we also, and how this enhances our global economy, we're talking about how it fosters social cohesion. Social cohesion is really how we work together as 195 countries around the world, how we understand each other, and how we celebrate our differences. Embracing cultural diversity promotes social harmony and reduces conflicts by encouraging mutual respect and understanding. It really helps us eliminate greed. It helps us eliminate corruption, because we respect our fellow planet liver, right? Our citizen, our global citizen. It paves the way for a more inclusive and equitable society where everyone can participate and contribute. Us to be able to really make the global impact that we need to make sure that everybody participates. Our guest speaker today spoke about women's entrepreneurship. The truth is that women are 50% or more of the population around the world. If we are not practicing and fostering social cohesion, that half of the world will not have the opportunities that they deserve in order to impact the world they live in. The World Bank says that if women were given the tool to be an entrepreneur as men have, our global economy would grow 28% immediately. So when we foster social cohesion, we're really making sure that we have an inclusive and equitable society. And if there's something in all of these important bullet points that we're talking today, I would say that this is probably the most important one because it guarantees participation and contribution of all global citizens. So it takes me now to championing equality and inclusion. A diverse workforce, a diverse government, a diverse country empowers underrepresented groups, bridging income and opportunity gaps. Businesses that actively promote diversity and inclusion send a powerful message of fairness and equity, attracting top talent and customers. If you have a company, you have a government for a country, and you are diverse and you accept inclusion, you accept everybody, everybody's going to want to work for you. So your company is going to benefit from having and recruiting top talent, the best of the best, not what's left over, because they're going to want to work for a company that will embrace them and their differences and who they are and their cultural. So it's really, really important that we realize that championing equality and inclusion is good for all of us, most importantly for our global economy. So what do we need to do in order to make this call to action? We must all commit to advancing cultural diversity for the betterment of our global community. We must shout it. We must tell everyone. We need to be active. We can't be bystanders. We need to educate ourselves and others, learn about different cultures, traditions, and perspectives. We need to promote cultural awareness in our communities and our workplace. We need to support inclusive policy. We need to advocate for diversity and inclusion in your workplace, in your government, and in your society. We need to encourage policies that promote equal opportunities for all. You need to get involved in government. That is not just for men. That is not just for women that scream or fight. This is for everybody. If we live in a country and we are citizens, we need to make sure that we encourage the policies that will promote equal opportunities for all. We need to embrace multiculturalism, which is cultural diversity. We need to celebrate and respect diversity in your daily life. This means that when you're in the supermarket, you respect the person that does not look like you, that does not sound like you, and probably is not really behaving like you would normally do. We need to realize that they have another set of norms and traditions that, when mixed with yours, makes us a better world. So we need to embrace that. We need to also embrace mentorship and sponsorship. As a mentor, for me, I can see day in and day out how what I share and how I lead and direct my mentees really impacts their lives. So as a mentor, I have to lead by example. I need to let them know that I respect, that I'm a global citizen, that I'm a world traveler, that I truly embrace what makes us different. So when we become that mentor, our mentees will continue to do that going forward. Mentor individuals from underrepresented backgrounds and sponsor their career development. If you work in a country where there are 4 or 5 or 6 people that have been brought in because they're top talent, they're not like you, this is your moment to be their mentor and sponsor. Embrace their differences, bring it to the forefront so other people can also learn and really benefit from the richness of creating a fabric that really brings all of us together. Promote fair hiring practices. I think we've all at some point or another really suffered from some very unjust and unfair hiring practices. In my case, because I'm a woman, in my case, because I'm blonde, in my case, because I only speak Spanish. They're different things, right? But we need to make sure that we not only stay as bystanders, but we also encourage businesses to adopt diverse hiring practices and create inclusive work environment. You know, something that we see again and again is like, we'll keep the Latinos together because they're good at this. We'll keep the people from India together because they're good at that. We'll keep the people from China. No, we need to make sure that we promote practices that will really mix us and help us learn from each other. We need to be an ally. And I think that allyship is key in really creating a momentum so cultural diversity really impacts positively our economy, our global economy. We need to stand up against discrimination. This is our time. This is the moment that we say what we think. And we need to make sure that any bias that we witness, we do not stay as bystanders. I can't tell you enough. The way to really promote a call to action is by not being a bystander, is by taking action, is by uniting, is by making sure that we're supporting initiatives that are going to propel equality and inclusion. In conclusion, cultural diversity is not a challenge to be overcome. It is a strength to be harnessed. I'd like to repeat this again. Cultural diversity, putting many cultures together, is not a challenge to be overcome. It is really our strength to be harnessed. By embracing and enhancing cultural diversity, we can create a more prosperous, innovative, and harmonious global economy. Our call to action is clear today. If we want a prosperous planet, let's work together to build a world where every voice is heard, every culture is respected, and everyone has the opportunity to thrive. If we were to think about a global economy that's healthy and successful, it's really, again, making sure that every culture is respected and everyone has the opportunity to thrive. To me, these are key pointers. These really are the norms which we should be living with and living by. We all belong to the same planet. And I think that, like we said before, if we harness what makes us different, it's definitely going to propel us into what's going to make us all successful in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Virginia. What to say? When we know that it's from Dr. Virginia, what else can we expect? A call to the world, call to action. Beautiful. That was a very comprehensive, and it gave us a very good start for the evening. Thank you so much, Dr. Virginia. As you rightly mentioned, cultural diversity occurs when the organization, a community, or the group of people draws from different backgrounds, work together, including with the idea of inclusion of races and celebrating differences and nationalities, religions, ages, sexes, genders, etc., etc. So it is considered as a platform where everybody is coming united on with one thought, with one attitude of working together and to celebrate the differences that they have with them. So it's also very important for global economy, as you rightly mentioned, that cultural diversity in the workplace, it shows that it will improve innovation and productivity. And the more diverse it is in the workplace, more ideas, more perspectives, and more problem-solving methods will be adopted, more brainstorming sense will be adopted, such that we are able to contribute, such that, as you rightly said, every single voice is heard, every single thought is respected, such that we move forward with the unison of thought that we are going to accept people as they are, and we are going to celebrate it. Thank you so much, Dr. Virginia, and over to Madam Sandhya Balaji to share her inputs and move on to call the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Dr. Virginia, I think that ended too soon. We would like to hear on and on and on. And it was such a pleasure to hear you speak. And so rightly said, it is not about one gender or one culture. It is all within us, and it is one for all and all for one. With that diversity that we embrace, can we move ahead to that sustainable world that we are all deliberating upon? And having said that, cultural...
One second, Madam Sandhya. Following suit with Dr. Virginia, I've got one request. As she is called for an action, you can see the flashing smile, the beautiful smile on her face, which is so infectious. So let's carry that one forward. Let's have all those flashing smile, positive vibes amidst us, such that we take it forward today. And that's the biggest thing that I would say, the call for action.
Absolutely. And I think smile is the best culture, because I can abbreviate smile as see miracles in life every day. So with that infectious and contagious smile, we move ahead to talk about cultural rights in the global economy. So what are these cultural rights? It is basically to respect and preserve the different cultural identities and bring in a more inclusive and equitable world, which will align our efforts to bring in that sustainable development across the globe. So when we promote cultural rights, what happens in the global economy is that we address many of the SDGs, especially reducing inequality, which is SDG 10, and contribute to sustainable economic growth, which is SDG 8, and also foster peace and justice, which is SDG 16, and bring in quality education, which is SDG 4. So to speak about this, we have with us Dr. Meritus D. Solid commitment in the social and academic growth. She is the president of the International Organization of Educators and Researchers Incorporation, which is abbreviated as IOER, and the organization of eminent educationists, researchers, and professionals across the globe. the chief editor of Asia Pacific Journal of Advanced Education and Technology, and associate editor of IOER, International Multidisciplinary Research Journal. She's a dean and faculty of executive MBA World. She finished a degree, or she's a doctorate in education major in education management, and hails from the Philippines. Welcome, Dr. Maritus D. Olia. The digital dais is yours.
Hello, good day, everyone. Okay, so good day, and thank you, IIU, for the opportunity to share my insight about the cultural rights. And good day to all the speakers across the globe. So can I share my screen?
Yes, you can, Dr. Tess.
Okay. So it is visible.
Yes, it is great, Dr. Tess. You can start.
Okay, so thank you. So my topic is about cultural rights for a global economy. And of course, human rights are rights inherent to all human beings, whatever our nationality, place of residence, sex, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, language, or any other status. So we are all equally entitled to all human rights and without discrimination. So these rights are all interrelated, interdependent, and indivisible. So everyone has cultural rights, a right to science, a right to protection of authorship. So this guarantees the rights to participate in and enjoy the benefits of culture, science, and relate to the pursuit of knowledge. So these rights are the important part of social harmony. So what is cultural rights? So the UNESCO Declaration on Cultural Diversity, it is affirmed that culture should be regarded as the set of distinctive, spiritual, materials, intellectual, and emotional features of society or a social group, and that it encompasses, in addition to art, literature, lifestyle, the ways of living together, the value system, the traditions, and our beliefs. So this is the right to participate in cultural life, has both individual and collective elements. So they may be exercised as an individual, in association with others, and within the community. Aside from that, most modern constitutions provide for citizens the cultural rights, such as the right to education, the scientific, cultural, and artistic creativity, the physical education and sports, as well as the right to healthy life, with an emphasis on the protection of public health, nature, and healthy environment. So the human rights that promote and protect cultural interests of individuals and communities, and that are meant to advance their capacity to preserve and develop and change their cultural identity. So aside from that, here are the cultural rights as an enabling environment for cultural diversity. And cultural rights are an integral part of human rights, which are universal, indivisible, and interdependent. So this is the flourishing of creative diversity that requires the full implementation of cultural rights. Okay, so this is the culture essential for inclusive social development. So sustainable are use of natural and culture heritage as the key sustainable development, and a supportive traditional system of environment protection and resource management can contribute to a better sustainability of fragile ecosystem and preservation of biodiversity while preventing competition and conflict over access to natural and cultural resources. So aside from that, the culture is the essential for environmental sustainability. So this picture is from Hudhod Chant of the Ifugao from the Philippines. So culture is the essential for inclusive and economic development. So this picture is the tradition brass and copper craft of utensil making among the Chataras of Janjala Guru Penjab, India. And of course, the culture is the essential for this. So envisaging culture as a lever and driving force for development. So what are the concepts of culture? So the culture is not static, but a dynamic. It is not only the product, but also the process. So broad meaning, it includes the language, the religion, the education, the custom, the land, art, literature, the work, and sports. It is the individual and the collective dimension. So the cultural rights, it is the equality, that is the right to be different, and having equal rights is being treated equally. So here are the existing cultural rights. So the explicit, that is the right to take part in cultural life, the right to enjoy culture for members of the minorities, the right to cultural autonomy for the indigenous people. And the implicit, that is the right to self-determination, that is the right to freedom of expression, information, religion, association, and the right to education. So the cultural dimension of human
Dr. Tess, I think Dr. Tess has some network issues. Dr. Tess. Yes, she lost, I think, connection. Dr. Tess.
Madam Sandhya Balaji.
Yes, she lost connection.
So I apologize.
Hey, Dr. Tess, welcome, welcome back.
There's a connection here, disconnection.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we
Yeah,
hear you. Dr. Tess, will you finish your?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, thank you. See, what is this virtual world today? I also had issues before starting now. But we are strong women. Where are today the men? I don't see men. Trividia, what is this? Where is our Dr. Maero? I don't see all women. Dr. Matayo, Ambassador Shahid, Gustavo. Yes, but they have turned camera. So we don't see them.
So
Oh, yes, we see. Yes.
Hi, I'm here.
Welcome.
Thanks. I cannot change my backdrop today.
We have it in the chat, so you can change it if you see it. Do you see it in the chat? If you come later, then you will not see it. So let us share it again. Inga, please share it again.
Okay, dear, 1 minute and I share.
Dr. Tess, I think Dr. Tess.
Yes, hello, Dr. Neda.
Okay, you can, if you can continue, please.
Okay, so I'll finish my, again, I will share my screen.
It was really very.
Yeah, now. Dear.
Okay. Okay, it is coming.
Oh, what's up?
Okay.
Okay, so I will share the existing cultural rights. So am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so
Audible
this is
and visible.
yeah. So this is the last part of my presentation, the existing cultural rights. First is the explicit, that is the right to take part in cultural life, that is the right to enjoy culture for members of minorities, the right to cultural autonomy for the indigenous people. And the other one is the implicit. So that is the right to self-determination, the right to freedom of expression, the information, religion, association, and the right to education. And last is the cultural dimension for human rights. That is the right to health, the right to housing, and the right to respect for private life. So thank you everyone for listening, and thank you IIU.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Vidya, please.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. That was a wonderful presentation. And we really appreciate your effort that you've taken in, despite all odds, despite the disturbances that you were able to present it. And we really got the message that you were trying to convey through talking about cultural rights and things, basically. And as you rightly mentioned, it is about commenting the new impetus that's been given the role of culture for the sustainable development to establish peace and stability as a force for resilience, basically, that we are talking about, social inclusion, well, that is to be taken into consideration with adherence to cohesion and environmental protection and the inclusive, sustainable and inclusive growth, fostering human-centered context-specific development to support the foundation of multicultural activities that the humans will follow. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much for all your effort, and we will take it further as the rights that you have mentioned with due adherence to UNESCO. Thank you so much. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Over to Madam Sandhya Balaji.
Yes, we move ahead about how culture in public policies affect in public policies, how it affects our economy, and how it can lead to sustainable development. Without wasting much time, I invite Dr. Macario Rigaeta, who is considered as one of the top 9 world scientists in the world ranking universities for social science, tourism, hospitality management. And this was released by the Ad Scientific Index in 2023. He's currently employed as the Center for International Education's the Center for International Education. Is the Director of Research Publications and International Linkages at Philippines Christian University in Manila. and he serves in as editor-in-chief in various parts of the world, in Indonesia, East Timor, Pakistan, and he contributes in. He's a global contributor, and he speaks in across 25 nations in Asia, Europe, and Africa. And we can go on and on. It's like we will need one session to introduce our speaker here. So may I just invite him to come and give his inputs on how culture can influence the global economy and the public policies, especially.
All right, thank you very much for your introduction. Actually, I'm serving as I am adjunct faculty at the Philippine Christian University in the Philippines, and at the same time, I'm also the vice president at Taytay State College in Taytay, Rizal. But I hail from the province of Batangas, where Dr. Tess Dimaano Olea, llU. Yeah, hi, ma'am. Pleasant
Hello,
evening.
sir.
Meet you here. Yeah. When Dr. Nada gave me this topic about culture and public policies for the global economy, and when she told me that if I'll be available, I just say yes, because I wanted to share not only experience about culture and public policies for the global economy, because in the past, I work in the government, and also I work in the private corporation in a radio station in the province. And at the same time, I also work as a journalist. And I've been in the academe for more than 23 years, since 2000, year 2000. Okay, moving on.
So,
It's about
Dr. Masario, this is an amazing topic for you. We see that you will today give us the best.
Yes, madam. Thank you so much for the invitation. And I would like also to
You put a full screen, please,
yeah.
if
It's
you
in the
can.
full screen.
If you
Actually,
can.
yeah. Okay. Um. Okay. I just include here who are in the G20, because a while ago, a doctor told us that G20 will be presided by the president of India, and the Philippines has not yet been in the G20. I look forward that our country will be in the G20 in the near future. Okay, so what do you mean by this culture in the public policy? Because according to UNESCO, this is given the scale of contemporary global challenges, and at the same time, this must be achieved in the sustainable growth and development, or the SDG, and the priority of all public policies as of today. So there are different public policies to be respond, and the aspiration of the diverse population, as well as the guarantee of pluralism and respect for our fundamental rights, as what Dr. Tess Dimano Olea said a while ago. And culture is provide a very boundless resources in terms of responding and adapting to the development challenges, and playing what we call a transversal and effective role in all areas of the public policy. As what the United Nations, or the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goal, or SDG, set out precisely as the shared vision for a more just, inclusive, and sustainable world. It compasses the framework to support the country in the development, and of course, in terms of implementation of the public policy, local, national, regional, and also the international level. Moving on, so these are the different, how are we going to protect the world and the natural heritage? Because for my dissertation is about the preservation of the cultural heritage in the Philippines, specifically in the 5 areas of development, which is the Calabarzon, the Cavite, Laguna, Batangas, Rizal, and Quezon province. But I'm working right now in the Rizal province, and these are the very important things that you need to know about the cultural and natural heritage, because last August 11, 2023, the UNESCO trains the managers of the World Heritage Sites in Ukraine because you know that Ukraine has been devastated by war and the disaster risk reduction management. And most importantly, the heritage biodiversity, which is a unique contribution to life. And there are different roles that we need to play in terms of the World Heritage Convention and protecting the biodiversity. And there's also the next 50. I will show you what's this next 50 in the terms of the 50th anniversary and the World Heritage. Okay, now what is this heritage biodiversity? As the UNESCO and the IUCN and the assessment of the status of the species, which is revealed by the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, which harbor over 20% of the mapped global species, which is richness in 1% of the Earth's surface. And we need to safeguard this biodiversity hotspot, which is essential in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that's need to be achieved. So the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization is appealing to 195 states or countries to the convention to scale up this investment and the conservation of their site and also nominate a remaining areas key biodiversity conservation for the World Heritage inscription. For all you to know, I was also a former member of the UNESCO World Heritage Site. So I voted, of course, my country in the Philippines. That's why the Subterranean River National Park in Palawan in the Philippines has been designated by UNESCO World Heritage Site also. Okay, so this UNESCO training for the World Heritage Site, which was held in Ukraine for the disaster risk reduction last July 26 to 30. They organized a training course for more than 20 cultural heritage professionals from the different regions of Ukraine, specifically the Odessa, the Kyiv, and Lviv, where my friend Dr. Sineda came from, and that was threatened by increasingly by different frequent attacks from Russia. With the support of Japan and the in-person training, they aim to strengthen this training for the Ukrainian heritage professional in terms of the disaster risk reduction, the emergency preparedness, as well as the advanced documentation on the state conservation and the preservation of the cultural heritage sites. So this is what I'm telling you about the 50 minds for the next 50 dialogue series, which UNESCO launches to convene on the 50 leading, innovative, bold, respected thinkers of our times from diverse discipline, which is mostly interdisciplinary discussion about the world heritage ever to be had. So these are the different cultural diplomacy for sustainable development, because it is very important that the culture increasingly permeates international relations and foreign policies, because cultural diplomacy is always harnessed by the different countries wherein the cultural distinctiveness enhance the world's cultural diversity while favoring the ways of cooperation and dialogue, and the globalized interconnectedness are increasingly interdependent. Cultural diplomacy can be critical to fostering peace and stability. So moving on, there are different new models of cultural diplomacy, which is emerging as a mutual beneficial for all the countries, which involved and build on culture as a resource for social cohesion and, of course, dialogue. Different artists all over the world are promoting this cultural diversity, lending to museum pieces to be built a shared understanding of the past, like, for example, pulling expertise to boost the capacity of the different creative industries. Because, different artists from around the world can, they can easily promote this cultural diplomacy for sustainable development, because they're also launching the different languages, not only for the English, because as we all know that Chinese is number one, next is Spanish, and third language around the world is English. And this cultural diplomacy initiative have multiple benefits for fostering what we call the global citizenship. So moving on, this UNESCO has been a unique global platform for cultural diplomacy, because they facilitate cultural diplomacy and the opening new arena for the different cooperation and dialogue on complex and sometimes sensitive issues, which is related to culture. because culture is really very important. The creativity and the heritage conservation, and the heritage preparedness, and building a national consensus. And of course, with that UNESCO platform for cultural diplomacy, they could create what we call the frameworks for action. So moving on the cultural diplomacy and the global stage, at the regional level, culture has long been a vehicle for deepening cooperation in other policy areas. It is the creation of the Arab League Educational, Cultural and Scientific Organization, or ALESCO, in 1970. And culturally speaking, they quickly became recognized as an important element of the African Union, or AU. And then this is also the Year of Arts, the Culture and Heritage of Africa, in 2021. So now let's go to the global platform for cultural policy, because there are different foreign relations that are increasingly engaging in the field of culture and the promotion of cultural diplomacy from the perspective of valorizing national assets. And the use of culture is more generally promote sustainable development, intercultural dialogue, peace and security, global citizenship, the education, social inclusion, and what we call the environmental sustainability. The recent historic declaration of the G20 attests to the shift in perception of culture as a driver for a broader policy change. And of course, the Republic of Korea, cultural diplomacy is not only focuses on the promotion of their culture, like llU, abroad, but also other countries, like, for example, my students in China are now promoting the Hakka, because Hakka is very popular culture in Taiwan. And of course, in the Philippines, we are promoting our own culture for diversity. So there are different cultural diplomacy for sustainable development. Number one is there is a global mandate on culture and promoting the free flow of ideas. Images is a global platform for cultural diplomacy, building a legal framework enshrined in the Convention of the different programs and Convention on Intangible Cultural Heritage with 179 countries around the world. So this is the promotion of the cultural diplomacy for sustainable development, because the Chakpak Nan-Andean road system, which is covering 30,000 kilometers across the 6 countries in South America, like Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. They are sharing the common cultural heritage of a very outstanding values. As you can see here, these are the different countries I mentioned a while ago, and there are different great spa towns of Europe, comprising 11 towns, which is located in the 7 countries. Moving on to a different global platform for cultural diplomacy, because foreign relations are, increasingly, and aside from that, the G20. So this is the Chapak Nan-Andean road system, the state of the conservation. In the public diplomacy, there's really a dearth to promote all of these conservations in the 6 countries that I've mentioned in South America. So there are several countries center for foreign policy around culture, or the development, or the interstate cooperation in their culture. There's a cultural diplomacy which is engaged in a wide range of government actors, like the artists, curators, journalists, teachers, lecturers, and students, because they play a pivotal role in terms of the cultural diplomacy. Museums are particularly effective vehicle for cultural diplomacy, because in the museum, all people could gather together, and then they could create meetings, convention, or we call it MICE, or they gain traction at the local level, fostering new forms of culture-based networking and cooperation worldwide. And also, lastly, the digital technologies is really transforming the cultural diplomacy, like the artificial intelligence, the augmented virtual reality, and the virtual reality, of course. Okay, so moving on, this is now the role of institutions in of the Philippines in terms of the cultural diplomacy, because the Philippine government is very responsible for the management and implementation of the foreign and cultural policies, which is given so much attention. The foreign policy power, which the government heavily falls the domain of the executive branch, in particular exercised by the Department of Foreign Affairs, or the DFA. So the DFA is now headed by the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, who is responsible for the formulation and the implementation of the foreign policy and negotiation of the treaties, convention, and other agreements, and sending abroad of ambassadors, the ministers, and other diplomatic officers, and the different consuls around the world. So these are the different natural agencies in the Philippines is promoting the cultural diplomacy around the world, because the Philippines has been devastated by the World War II from 1942 to 1945. So there is the post-war Philippine government that conceived culture and arts as a preservation of our cultural heritage. The National Archives and the National Library of the Philippines serves as important repositories of the different documents and written materials. The National Museum and National Historical Commission, which I've already visited all of this, archaeological, anthropological, and historical researches in preserved materials that's really evidence to reconstruct our past. The Commission on the Filipino Language also preserved the intangible heritage of the different languages through the conduct of the different researches and publications of the different Filipino dictionary. So for your information, our cultural diplomacy for mutual understanding started from 1959 until 1977. These countries, we have the bilateral agreements from Indonesia, from Pakistan in 1962, and Mexico in 1963, in India in 1969, South Korea 1970, Thailand in 1975, Australia in 1977. Yeah. We have also cultural agreements with Western European countries like Romania in 1975 and Hungary in 1970s, Yugoslavia, because Yugoslavia right now has already been, departed from two countries, the Bulgaria, USSR, which is now the Russia in 1978, the France in 1978 also, China in 1979, and Germany in 1983. So the Philippines was also trying to convince the different countries, because we have so many Muslim Filipinos from 1976 to 1995. And these countries are Libya, I already mentioned Russia, France, China, Bangladesh, Gabon in Africa, Iraq in 1982, Germany in 1983, and Iran in 1995. So this cultural diplomacy of foreign policy has been started from 1970 to 2009, and we conducted a different cultural diplomacy which has gained clearer direction toward the strategic use to pursue our national interest. And in Eastern Europe, in Asia, cultural agreements were concluded to facilitate the different establishment of diplomatic relations with different socialist countries. So among other Islamic countries, it became an essential tool in the campaign for lasting solution in the peace problem in Mindanao, in southern Philippines, because as you know, there was a war in 2018 in Mindanao in southern Philippines, wherein, Muslim to Muslim are killing each other. And, they really devastated their lives from 2018 until 2019. So the cultural agreement served as a channel for human resource development assistance towards the Philippines and the Western Europe. There are cultural agreements with the members of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or the ASEAN. And for my conclusion, we have demonstrated that foreign Philippine foreign policy culture is a domestic factor, really. It includes all the variables. It includes in shaping the foreign policy development, like the framework for how the Philippines sees itself in relation to other countries. Politics, security, economics are understandably the paramount in the foreign policy, and we can explain the peculiarities of the Philippine foreign policy, but it cannot ultimately account for anything. So thank you so much. And that answered my topic about culture and the public policy for the global economy. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Macario. That was quite comprehensive. And of course, you have covered mostly all the points which are related to culture and the public policies. As it has been agreed, as you were mentioning during the UNESCO meetings, that we will advocate a systematic anchoring of the culture in public policies through the adoption of the development strategies and frameworks at the international, regional, sub-regional, national, and local levels, as well as within the policies, and also the relevant UN funds and programs which are being distributed for the utilization as an enabler and driver for resilience, social inclusion, and economic growth of the country, for education, employment, and empowerment of youth and women, and also for the health and the emotional well-being, to reduce poverty, gender inequality, and environmental, to focus and influence on environmental sustainability in terms of tourism, trade, and transport. while the sustaining the context relevant models of the economic and social development that you have covered very thoroughly, taking Philippines as a best example, because you hail from Philippines, you are representing country of Philippines over here on this platform, and you have done it so well. And such that we call for strengthening and adaptation of the cultural policies to contemporary challenges that you have mentioned, not only to Philippines. Of course, challenges are there from each and every country, like every country has got challenges. And so we will come up with recommendation as appropriate as it is mentioned, as your thoughts and inferences and insights that you've shared on this platform. We will try and take it further, and we will urge for the preservation and strengthening of the finance for culture to allocate progressively in the national budget to meet the emerging needs and opportunities that comes from the cultural sector. Thank you so much, Professor Marito. That was a wonderful presentation. It was always a pleasure to have you here on board with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So it is now time. Yes, Dr. Vidya, would you like to say something?
Yes, I was about to invite you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are all here, many of us here are educationists, and we all know what role education can play in any aspect of life. So, does including culture in education help in bringing about a sustainable world? We definitely need to understand that education that is culturally infused will definitely play a vital role in advancing the SDGs, and it promotes a new interconnected and sustainable world. And most of all, it emphasizes on the aspect of mutual respect in every world citizen for every culture. So to speak more about culture and education for the global economy, we have with us Dr. B. Tanuja, who is an associate professor at Sri Sai Ram Engineering College, and she's part of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan and part of Wales University, Chennai. And she has been working in the field of education and management industry. And she's skilled in environmental science, material science, medicinal chemistry, physical chemistry, and she holds a doctorate in organic chemistry. We welcome you, Dr. Tanuja. Please do share your inputs on culture and education for the global economy.
Thank you, Sandhya Balaji, for your great introduction. I'll share my screen now. Yes, my screen is visible to all?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is. If you can just make it like a slideshow.
Yeah.
Then it will be full. You'll have to go to. Yes, now it is. Thank you, ma'am. Please.
Yes, thank you. A very good evening to all. So I'm Dr. Tanuja, Associate Professor working in the field of chemistry at Sai Ram Engineering College. And also I've been associated with IGIN as a head of International Day events, through which I got this opportunity to talk in this forum. So for which I thank Dr. Ramesh, IGIN President. And also I render my heartfelt thanks to IIU for this great opportunity to address in this forum. And being a teacher, I'm very elated to address on culture and education. So this is my overview of talk today. So I'm going to talk about the importance of culture education and what is the scenario of today's education's impact on society and environment, universal human values, and how it is reflects on SDGs and few agent activities for your showcase. So we are all very blessed to born as a human being in this wonderful world with a very what I can say, good natural resources, clean water we have, and fresh air we are breathing, and a healthy soil we have. So on. We have all aesthetic values we have. And God has created a very significant resources among all these resources that is called human resources. So we have all the responsibilities to take care of all our resources, and also we have to conserve and save our resources. That is our utmost responsibility for being a human being, I can say. But for unfortunate to say, today the degradation is happening day by day. So what is the reason behind? So I can strongly say that is the degradation in the values, human values is the reason and causes for this degradation of all these environmental crises. So what are the human values we are associated with? So we are associated with compassion, generosity, respectfulness, gratitude, perseverance, justice, self-discipline, knowledge and skill, and so on, and etc., etc., etc. Okay, are we now with these values from which we have, I think we have to redevelop from all these hidden values. So where we can develop. So education is the key role, I can say. So that safeguard our intangible cultural education through the quality of educations. Here I am meaning the quality of education is nothing but the education to be taught with a sense of culture. So through which the children can grow with a great human values. And here are sayings of Swami Vivekananda. So according to him, education means that process by which character is formed, a strength is increased, and intellect is sharpened, as a result of which one can stand on its own feet. So, cultural education. Actually, the education, along with the education, the culture has to be molded. So, cultural education of a nation, it has a very influential impact on its educational patterns. And also, it is considered as an instrument for cultural change. And the education which develops and flourishes as a result exerts a nourishing influence through the cultural education. And the main aim of the cultural education is to impart the child with heritage and social heritage. But now we are not in the cultural educations, we are in the formal educations. So what the formal education gives, it the values of human, actually because of this formal education, the humans stick onto the material comfort rather than non-material cultural. He is in a material world that values material comforts and commercialization, and the students and his progress and success in schools are frequently measured by their examination scores and wins rather than demonstrations of moral ethics and values, and is promoting and prioritizing competitions and successes on a daily basis can degrade the value, respect, and morals. So as a consequence, so there is an impact on social. So we are lack of skills, moral degradations, lack of social responsibilities. And not only that, the environmental impact also we are facing. There is no sustainability, and natural resources is getting degraded day by day, and we are crisis happening to our environment. So we are facing a challenges related to climate, peace, and future for society. Actually, we are in the need for the power of culture and education. So due to rapid progress of scientific inventions and technological advancement, and mankind aspects of culture has gone ahead, and non-material culture has been behind. So then how our education should be? So we have to incorporate the value-based education in society that will result in growth, character, self-control, tolerance, selfless services to the society, harmony in the family. UN entities also aiming for galvanizing these commitments from higher education institution to teach and encourage research on sustainable development, greening the campus, and supporting the local sustainability effects. And UNESCO also has aimed to embed culture and the art in through the education as a key resources for human development. So exploring innovative pedagogies that develop learners' capacities to engage and responsible both locally and globally. So actually the formal education is only a skill-based education. It teaches how to do the things. Whereas a value-based education, it teaches what to do first and then how to do. So in this way, if you inculcate this in the children's mind, they will be very clear in getting the things, what to do and how to do. So they will be growing with a great success. So actually the present education systems has largely become skill based and they emphasizes on science and technologies. So without any basic values. So it is clearly visible in the form of crisis happening in the environment and not only in the individual behavior, societal behavior, and as a result, many more environmental degradation is happening. So value education is to be understand human aspiration and to discover what is truly valuable in life. So universally, actually, the value education, there are some guidelines we have to be followed when we are incorporating these value education in our curriculum. So it must be universal, that is applicable to all times and places, and it must be a rational, appeal to reasoning, natural and verifiable, that is naturally acceptable to human beings, and all encompassing, that is need to cover in all dimensions, that is thought, behavior, work, understand, and also individual families, societies, and natures. And that leads to harmony in the life. So when the harmony happens in the life, that leads to harmony in the entire nation. Actually, this is a vision of 2030 UN Sustainable Development Goals. So through which we able to obtain all the environmental crisis we have lost, I can say. So actually, universal human values now incorporated in the syllabus curriculum of the that is academic. Slowly, we are moving towards the real value of educations. So here for your glimpse, I have given the IGEN activities, what we are doing. So IGEN is always associated with the SDG actions. So we are giving an awareness programs and various activities through which the young minds, we can inculcate the real values needed to be in the society. And these are all some activities we are doing. And the same activities we are also doing in our educations. So many students, they are participating. Now they are started realizing what is really needed to their life. So coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, working together is a success. So we all do to change this world for all. Green. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tanuja. That was a very wonderful presentation. And being an educationist, and when we talk about values and education, I'm here bound to mention a very beautiful quote from our own country that is from that has been mentioned in the UNESCO conference by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. When there is righteousness in the heart, there is beauty in the character. When there is beauty in the character, there is harmony in the home. When there is harmony in the home, there is order in the nation. When there's order in the nation, there is always peace in the world. So that's how we just put our minds together to take it forward to the community. And as educationists, we all have equal responsibility, not only rights, responsibility in influencing those younger minds such that they are able to contribute towards the community. So relating it to the current topic of culture and education. So as you have definitely mentioned, very clearly mentioned, acknowledging the imperative context of relevant education, which encompasses the cultural heritage, history, and traditional knowledge, thus expanding the learning outcomes and enhancing the quality education, that is 4.0, that is for the SDG, Sustainable Developmental Goals. Thus expanding the learning outcomes and enhancing the quality education, especially for the younger people, as well as the appreciation of, without compromising the appreciation of cultural diversity, multilingualism, with art, education, and digital literacy, including school curricula and lifelong learning opportunities, as well as with AI, augmented reality, and etc. That really follows through. So, fostering the systematic integration of the culture into the formal and informal and non-formal education, including by valuing the contributions of all segments of the society to the transmission of knowledge. Well, very true, as you rightly mentioned, that you have been giving points of how you can address it at different levels of education that is to be accepted. Moving further, which is the most key vital part of it, is the supporting technical and vocational education and training, that is TVET, in the cultural sector through the structural investment in the public policies to foster the necessary adaptation of skills to support employment, such that these young entrepreneurs are no more going to be the job seekers. They're all going to become job givers, such that they will be able to come up in life, such that invest on the social role of museums, creative hubs, libraries, archives, cultural institutions, as that they take it forward as a renunciation, and they will be able to encompass the evolution of the cultural sector in collaboration with the relevant stakeholders, such as we are all working for UNESCO's national commissions. Thank you so much, Doctor. That was a quite informative session. Over to Madam Sandhya Balaji to welcome the next speaker on board. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we all have a question in front of us. Is it possible to have a crisis-free world? Is it possible to have a crisis-free world?
We are not able to have one session without crisis, you know that?
Exactly. So if one session has so much of crisis, and it is something that has bound us together to overcome this crisis, the bonding as a team together of IIU and G20, today we could overcome so much crisis on internet and Zoom issues. So if that could be a small role of a culture of bonding between us, what role can culture play in overcoming the global crisis in the global economy? I would definitely want to put in for the fact that it will help us work and foster our social cohesion, which addresses SDG 16. And we can also address with bringing in culture in times of global crisis can address and contribute to economic growth, and can also ensure sustainable consumption, which is SDG 12. And to speak more about how culture can help us in times of crisis and especially to upheave the global economy, we have with us our very own team member, Dr. Inga Kharchilawa from Georgia. And she's a lead teacher in the basics of geography and entrepreneurship. She works in public schools at the village of Quality and Shorpani of the municipality of Zestafoni. And she also is a lecturer at College Construct 2. And she loves news, and she's a motivated teacher, and she's an active educator in the global space. She has won many awards and accolades, and to begin with, the best entrepreneurship teacher of 2019, 2022, the best teacher in the region, 2023 this year. And it was a special award. The ministry has granted her the status of a leading teacher. She's also the IIU European Country Director for Georgia and International Internship University CEO and co-founder of GFC, which is Global Friends Club. And she also has 21st Century Skills President and Project Manager. And she's also the co-founder of Center for Independent Perception and Research. So to go on and on, teacher, educator, trainer, writer, social worker. And she's worn so many hats. And also she has got she's also the winner of BICAP. She's the director of biggest interactive knowledge exchange program of 2023. So I'm sure she has faced a lot of crises during her journey, and she's handled them all. So we look forward to your inputs, Dr. Inga, on how culture can help overcome crisis in the global economy. The stage is
Oh
yours.
my God. Thank you so much, my dear. The amazing introduction. Warm greetings from Georgia. I'm honored to be one of the speakers at the very important summit. Thank you so much for creating such an amazing and important opportunity for the community. Always talk about very important issue today, and we learn together. Thank you. Once again, welcome all to the G20 International Global Summit 2023. Topic very important: World Heritage, Culture and Tourism, organized International Internship University with G20 Summit is Presidency. Thank you all speakers once again and all my best team. Okay, my topic is today culture in times of crisis for global economy. I present my little presentation today. Today, I want to talk about the global economic crisis, and I most mention the COVID situation. What global processes are characterized by extraordinary trends caused by pandemic events? As a result of this, signs of a deep systemic crisis appeared in the economy. The history of mankind remembers many challenges at different times, but in the area of modern scientific and technological revolution, these processes took place differently. The whole scientific spectrum is involved in the problems of its study and correct understanding. Also, the desired results have not been achieved yet, and the assessments are different. In a state with a large economy, were unprepared for the current processes in the economy. To overcome the crisis, it was necessary to perceive new realities. The pandemic crisis has shown that it is no longer possible to live in the old way, and it is necessary to come up with new ideas. For this, it is necessary to strengthen the economic policy. The expected new change made it is necessary to initiate revolutionary transformation is the field of technology and governance. World experience proves that the implementation of integrated models in both large and small economies is associated with successful results. In this regard, Georgia is not an exception. Many positive and useful experience in other countries will need to be carefully applied. It has many attributes conducive to a national and sovereign state, such as the protection of national sovereignty, priorities of national culture, and others. The current crisis fluctuations in the economy further aggravated the lowering standards of the population, aggravated the economic situation. According to statistic data as of today, 1.8 million Georgian citizens are in the service of creating the national product of another country. For the revival of the country's national economy, it is important to use the main factors of production. We see land, labor, and capital. In this regard, the situation is quite critical. Here, own opportunities are scarce, and the emphasis should be shifted to the efficient of its use. The problem of ensuring food security requires special attention. Okay, according to the focus of the World Monetary Fund, a 3.4% GDP growth is expected in 2023. It should be noted that Georgia is involved in global challenge. So, I must mention that culture plays an important role for the global economy in times of crisis. Cultural factors can influence how societies respond to economic crisis. Culture plays a critical role in shaping consumer behavior during crisis. Cultural values and political ideology can influence government responses to economical crisis. We see the global economy relies heavily on interconnected supply chains. Cultural factors, including communication styles, business practices, and negotiation approach, can affect how companies and countries interacted in these supply chains. Cultures that encourage innovation and entrepreneurship may require more quickly by creating new industries and opportunities. In short, culture in times of crisis is intricately intertwined with the global economy. Understanding these cultural dynamics is essential for policymakers, businesses, and individuals seeking to effectively navigate and requires from economic challenges. Culturally sensitive approach to economic crisis management and recovery can lead to more successful outcomes and facilitate greater global cooperation. Okay, so from this, it is clear that global challenges require the acceleration of national economies revival processes for which there are structural transformation and maximum and rational use of existing resources is required. Thank you so much, my dear colleagues, my dear friends. This is my topic today in presentation. Thank you once again, all of you, and congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Inga. It was a fabulous presentation, really. And I think on the G20 platform, there's a first time that you're presenting, and it was quite informative, and which had actually covered all the points that are to be mentioned. And in addition to yours, like we would like to sum it up on our behalf and with due respects to the audience, that we reiterate our call for the protection of cultural heritage, tangible and intangible, as well as the cultural expressions, notably in the times of crisis, including extreme climate events and natural hazards, and condemn actions that target culture in the context of armed conflicts and the use of cultural properties and its surroundings for military purposes. And we support our efforts to the effective implementation, as it is, as Dr. Inga was mentioning, the norms and standards that is required in the international law in this field. So in this particular, like we will definitely take it forward, taking all inferences that Dr. Inga was mentioning, including the strengthening actions in emergency situation as an ethical and security imperative to combat organized crime and financing of terrorism, and we'll be totally against it. And that's a call to the nation that we are asking about, based on the relevant UN resolutions, abiding by it by bringing all together on this platform, concern with the international institutions and organizations that, with due respect, we'll take it forward from here. Thank you so much on all those recovery strategies that you've mentioned here today. Thank you so much, Dr. Inga. That
Thank
was
you
too
so much.
comprehensive. Thank you. Over to Madam Sandhya Balaji, please.
Thank you, Dr. Inga. We enjoyed your presentation. And next thing that we need to speak about or deliberate upon is, does culture help us take care of climate action and in turn help us address the issues in the global economy? What we usually develop habits. We have, whenever we start doing something regularly, it becomes a habit. And after a couple of years, usually they say it is a couple of hours or 1,000 or 10,000 hours, it becomes a habit, a sustainable habit. And then when that habit is explored and given across to many parts of the community, it becomes a culture. One such culture which we need to look at for the climate action is to reduce the carbon footprint in the economy. So does culture help bring in such practices? What role does culture play is what we need to deliberate upon. And to do that, we have aptly from one of our cooperation partners, IGEN, we have Professor, Dr. Associate Professor D. Lakshmi, who is the Director for Center of Research at Amit University. May I invite her to talk about climate action and culture for the global economy.
Thank you, ma'am, for briefing about me. Shall I share my screen, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Whether my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
You can try making it as a slideshow. Yes.
Okay. Good evening, all. First of all, I have to thank my management to join, who made me to join with IGEN. And next, Ramesh sir, who has given me an opportunity to give this presentation, and also IAU for making me as a person for this culture for climate action for the global economy. I am Dr. D. Lakshmi, Associate Professor, and presently I am working as an Associate Professor in Amit deemed to be University. And also I am the IGEN NSAVE Club head. I will be coordinating 30 NSAVE Club activities. So today we will be seeing about what are the SDG goals, climate change and global warming, how it can be reduced, and the climate action plans, and how IGEN is contributing towards the SDG. So previously we were in Millennium Development Goals. It has 8 goals and 21 targets and 60 indicators. And now we are moving on from 2016 to 30. We are moving on 17 goals, SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals, and it is having 169 targets and 304 indicators. So what are the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are? It has 7 goals, 17 goals, which are backed up by a set of 169 targets. And it will be having 304 indicators. So what are the sustainable goals? As we all know, these are the sustainable goals, among which we will be concentrating mainly on climate change. Before going in depth about that, what are the goals contributing towards the society? Social activities are no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, good quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation. All these are coming under social activities, related to social activities. So these are the social activities sustainable goals. And then related to economy are affordable clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production. And related to environment is, we have 3. One is climate action, and then life which is below the water, what is happening for the below water organs, animal natures will be dealt in the sustainable goal, and life on the land, what are the things that happens on the land will be discussed in this goal. And related to governance are 16 and 17 goals: peace, justice, and strong institutions, partnership for the goals. So we will be concentrating on the climate actions. So the what this climate action is done in sustainable goal is, the climate action is nothing but a major challenge of our life. So the true is that is, you can compare to the if you go for 10 years, around 10 to 15 years ago, the nature as a science and technology is going on improving, and the carbon emission is also getting increased, and which makes the climate also to change. So during the rainy season, we are getting a heavy heat, and during, so these climate changes are occurring because of these changes in the system. So the culture is a key source for mitigating and adapting the climate change. So UNESCO is fully committed to address this impact of climate change on culture, and it will be enhancing the potential of culture for global climate action, through which the natural areas will be protected by the World Heritage Convention and safeguarding it into an intangible heritage and traditional, with the help of the traditional knowledge, and also to support the cultural institution and actors by drawing into an international convention in the field of climate. So what is the fact is, say, if we have more number of forests, the forest will be absorbing the trees will be absorbing the carbon dioxide. So approximately from the case studies, we came to know 190 million tons of carbon dioxide is being absorbed by the trees in the forest. So as it is being getting damaging, we are facing the climate changes. So that has been shown here. Because of the climate change, what is the impact we are seeing in the nature? So based upon that, so what is the climate for these climate actions? What are the implementation plan we can do is, in that mainly we can teach the students. They are the major community. By making them knowledgeable about the carbon dioxide emission and about the climate change, we can make our society and the world as a zero carbon emission world. So for that, we are making our student community by teaching them how to maintain the system that we will be taking. It will be taking place in the teaching learning, and also by using the e-vehicles, we can reduce the emission of carbon dioxide. Thereby, we can reduce the emission. So the concept of sustainable development is it is a three-circle environment. That is, there is a balance between the society, environment, and the economy. So all these put together will form a society. So each and everything is having interlinked with each other. So the climate action for a global economy is, we have to change how we are emitting presently, majorly in the previous years and all, we are using coal as a generating plant. Nowadays, based upon the technology, renewable system is coming into role, thereby we are reducing the usage of coal as well as the uranium. That is a nuclear power plant. So thereby we are reducing the natural getting affected, and then we are increasing if we are not making any changes in this, what will happen? The greenhouse emission will be globally increasing. Thereby, we will be getting the higher temperature in different regions, which will be finally affecting the environment. So the total cost of global warming given by Varsila is this one. So 50 number of global billion-dollar climate disorders have been taken place in 2020, and 29 average number of global billion-dollar climate disorders has happened in 1990. And the cost of the damage is in the forest, the fires happened. Because of that, USD $12 billion have been, we have spent the amount, and because of severe storm, and there is because of the climate change, so USD of 63 billion has been spent. So these are the that is the cost of global warming which has taken place. So in order to come out from this, we as an individual has to play a role in order to reduce all this carbon dioxide emission. So based upon that, we IGEN has started a club called as NSAVE Club. In the other NSAVE Club, we'll be concentrating on climate change. So in that NSAVE Club, we will be having some objectives. We will making the students and the faculties to design an energy product which will be increasing the efficiency and also reducing the carbon dioxide. So emission of carbon dioxide. So that for that we will be making the students to adapt a village and give them the awareness information about the carbon dioxide emission and the appliances for how they are using. So those things we are considering it as 99 challenge project. We will make the students to. So this is our 99 challenge project. We will be making the students to go to the individual person's homes or any other common places like park, and we will be making the public to get aware of all this information. So when the equipment is not in use means by switching off the equipment, we are saving the power. By saving the power, we are reducing the generation. So thereby we are reducing the carbon dioxide emission. Like that, each and everything. So regularly cleaning the AC filter and maximum you are using the natural lighting purpose. And then we are using in the ACs and in the fridge AC and all, we will be using the star rated stabilizers. Thereby we can reduce the power fluctuation. Thereby power quality can be improved. Like this, we will make the public to understand about the utilization of all the appliances and thereby reducing the electricity bill. By reducing the electricity bill, we can reduce the power generation. Thereby we are reducing the carbon dioxide emission. Like this, the students will communicate with the environment, with the society, and make them to realize about the carbon dioxide emission. So in order to motivate the students, we will be making the students, giving the students a star point and making them to work actively. So with this, we can make the climate change, that is the economy because of climate change can be reduced. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks for briefing about very elaborately about IGEN projects and moving on, like basically like when it comes to the climatic change, and we stress with you on this platform, we stress the importance of integrating climate, cultural heritage and creativity into international discussions on climatic change. That you have given an example of IGEN projects, how we take it forward to the younger generation. Thank you so much, which has given a multidimensional impact on safeguarding of all forms of cultural heritage and expressions, acknowledging the roles of culture for climate action, notably through the traditional and indigenous knowledge systems. We therefore encourage you to develop the operational guidelines on the subject in the framework of UNESCO conventions and recommendations in the field of culture, as it is already mentioned through the ages and the years of 1972, 2001, 2003, and 2005. And moving further with the convention systems of UNESCO's of 2011 and 2015 recommendations in synergy with the relevant international organizations and frameworks that are involved in it, into it, that UNFCCC and Conventional Biological Diversity, which is CBD, the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, and the United Nations Agriculture Organization, FAO, United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, and Intergovernmental Panel on Climatic Change, IPCC, as well as the flexible mechanism for addressing the impacts of climatic change on cultural national heritage, with the aim of assisting the member states in the development of the policies and strategies to address the extreme climatic impacts and affecting the entire cultural sector, which encompasses the cultural heritage, including the underwater and the national heritage and the cultural and creative industries, livelihoods, and so on. Thank you so much, ma'am. We will definitely work together as we are taking up this chapter as a carbon foot, reducing the carbon foot of the cultural sector. Thank you so much. Thanks for your presence and your information. Your presentation was quite informative and comprehensive. Thank you so much. Thanks for the contribution. Over to Madam Sandhya Balaji to invite the next speaker on board. Thank you, ma'am.
We are going to deliberate on the next pointer, which is the illicit trafficking of cultural property vandalizes the global economy, which is absolutely true. Combating the cultural property trafficking is essential for safeguarding cultural diversity and promote economic growth, and also which also in turn helps in advancing sustainable global development. So to speak about this, we have amongst us, just give me a minute, excuse me. Yeah, we have amongst us Dr. Jeannie Rapstad, who's from the USA, and she's an award-winning speaker and writer and entrepreneur. She's the president of Jeannie Rapstad Enterprises, LLC, based in Hammond, Indiana, USA. And Jeannie offers entertainment programs for hire, as well as speaker and pitch coaching and humor workshops for business and youthful speakers. She offers products under her trademark, Speech Genie, and she's the creator of Speech Genie, speech rehearsal methodology, computer learning platform. And more to her, she teaches a workshop for entrepreneurs at Purdue University, Northwest Commercialization and Manufacturing Excellence Center in Hammond. And she's also worked as an adjunct lecturer at Indiana University Northwest. And she calls herself a lifelong educator, and she has taught various subjects over the years. And she has taught English as a second language for 2 years in Japan. She's also worked as for several years as a freelance artistic director for musical plays for school children from grammar school age through junior college. She's also an actress and a comedian, and her trademark one-of-a-kind humorous show, Jeannie Rapstad Presents Comic Sketches, is directed towards upscale senior residence communities and theatrical venues. So having worn different hats, she's also the lady who wears a hat here, and she's here to speak about how we can combat illicit trafficking of cultural property. And we look forward to lots of humor in this serious topic. The stage is all yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much. May I share my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go to. From the beginning. Okay. Can you hear me pretty well?
Great.
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
My presentation is titled "The Illicit Trafficking of Cultural Property Vandalizes the Global Economy." The facts and statistics for this presentation were sourced from the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization website, also known as UNESCO, their periodical titled Courier, and their ads on adsoftheworld.com. Now, here are the numbers. They're pretty staggering, and this is as of 2019. The global legal sales of art and antiques was 64.1 billion. This is the legal sales. And most of that, of course, are in the 3 major art hubs. The United States, 44%, the United Kingdom, 20%, China, 18%, and the rest of the world, 18%. There is an estimated 1,742 billion. So this, we're talking about $1 trillion here of art in private collections. And this was pre-COVID. There was an insurgence of looting of archaeological sites during COVID because there was very little monitoring of the sites. Now, the increase in demand drives illicit trafficking. And so we have certain designations of how these products work through the system. So there's the country of origin. And so these illicit excavations are conducted by organized criminal groups in many cases. and often local residents who are very poor. Sometimes they're farmers, construction workers. They come across an item in the field, they take it to middle management type of trafficker who pays them a little bit of money, which is a lot of money to them. And then the trafficker works it through the original channels. Most of the plundered objects are not listed on any inventory, and therefore they're not covered by the provisions of the 1970 convention, since the countries and origins cannot establish their provenance. The intermediate countries are used often to create false certificates of authenticity as these illicit items are trafficked, mostly by ground, because there's a whole lot more scrutiny at airports. So they're usually transported by car, bus, train. The destination countries end up probably in the hands of private individuals who can pay for them, or Western and Asian art dealers, and many of them are not too picky about the source of the object that's brought to them. And there's been a lot of work recently to try to stop that, to build up some more rules and regulations for the art dealers. And as I mentioned earlier, the COVID-19 pandemic really exacerbated the problem because the people who were watchdogs were no longer working. So the people of criminal enterprises worked overtime to find and traffic these art items. And then for almost 10 years, illicit items have been available for sale on social media websites such as eBay, Invaluable, Catawiki, and Go Antiques. Facebook finally cracked down on the illicit trade on their website after many, many complaints going back to the Arab Spring of 2011, where the archaeological sites in Iraq and Syria were being plundered. So they finally did something about it only in 2020. Through social media, a potential buyer can place a loot to order item. Let's say you want a specific item and you put it on there in those websites that people go to, and then somebody shows up with what you asked for. They go and find one on the black market and deliver it to you. eBay has 182 million users, and Facebook has over 2 billion users and is accessible in just about all the developing countries. November 14th is designated as the International Day Against Illicit Trafficking in Cultural Property. On November 14th, 1970, the UNESCO Convention on the Means of Prohibiting and Preventing the Illicit Import, Export, and Transfer of Ownership of Cultural Property was signed and later came into effect on April 24th, 1972. It's a global treaty that states that theft, looting, and illicit trafficking of cultural property is a crime. It deprives people of their history and culture, and it weakens social cohesion in the long term. It fuels organized crime and contributes to the financing of terrorism. As of April 27, 2023, 143 states have ratified the convention. Now, supporting the 1970 UNESCO Convention is the Mondial Cult 2022, which is the largest world conference devoted to culture in the last 40 years. It was held in Mexico City over a 3-day period with nearly 2,600 participants. At UNESCO's and Mexico's invitation, 150 states sent delegates to the conference. 135 of those states were represented by ministers of the highest level of culture in the country they came from. All 150 states unanimously adopted the Declaration for Culture at the end of the 3-day conference. The text affirms culture as a global good. It reflects countries' agreement on a common roadmap to strengthen public policies in this field. Ms. Audrey Azoulay is the Director General of UNESCO. She goes by the title of Ms., so that's how I showed her here. I have some quotes from her. On this International Day, she was speaking on November 14th, UNESCO therefore calls upon everyone to realize that stealing, selling, or buying a looted work is tantamount to participating in pillaging people's heritage and robbing their memories. She also said illicit trafficking is blatant theft of the memory of peoples. Raising awareness and calling for the utmost vigilance is necessary to fight this largely under-recognized reality. She went on to say, because there is no supply without demand, we are also turning to the art market, with whom we have this year increased our exchanges, so that traders in cultural property improve their professional practices. Let us recall the Mondial 2022 declaration adopted by 150 states last September, which calls on art market players to prevent the acquisition of objects with no proven provenance. We must all join together to fight illicit trafficking in cultural property. And one of the problems that we have is that when people are caught trafficking in stolen artifacts, they usually get a fine and a slap in the wrist. So there is not really much of a deterrent. So that is the reason why more focus is being placed on the art industry themselves to raise their standards. UNESCO started the Real Price of Art campaign, and these images are from UNESCO. They were created for putting on the ads website. So for example, here, art knows no frontiers, nor does organized crime. So the image shows an artifact that was stolen and sold to a private person who now has it on display in their home. The other image shows terrorism is such a great curator. Here is an artifact, once again, stolen, placed in a private home where it's on display. How much for the soul of a nation? And how do you erase a whole culture? Well, you do it piece by piece. Once again, these are ads that were created for UNESCO by the communication agency DDB Paris, and it draws on the language of the worlds of art and design to reveal the dark truth behind certain works. Each visual presents an object in situ integrated into a buyer's home. The other side of the decor is then revealed. Terrorism, illegal excavation, theft from a museum destroyed by war, the canceling of a people's memory. Each message tells the story of an antique stolen from a region of the world: Middle East, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. Supporting an armed conflict has never been so decorative as it vandalizes global economy. So these statements are from UNESCO's ads on the asoftheworld.com website. I quote, "The price of trade in cultural goods represented more than $60 billion in 2018. An estimated additional $10 billion would be illicitly traded and stolen from the economies of the plundered nations. This trafficking, fueled by the looting of archaeological sites, often on an industrial scale, is a blatant theft of a population's memory and cultural wealth. It is also one of the most important sources of funding for criminal and terrorist organizations. This is a reality that we tend to underestimate. Theft, looting, and illicit trafficking in art are real crimes. In addition to directly funding criminal organizations and weakening the societies of the affected countries, they deprive people of their history and culture, which is an irreparable loss of identity. Thank you for this opportunity to present on this important topic.
Thank you, Doctor. That was quite comprehensive, and definitely you have covered all the points of it. And when we are talking about illicit trafficking of the cultural property, well, my eyes just can't afford to move away from you because of the hat that has put you on. Very different among the group today. Well, saying that, yeah, illicit trafficking is a dangerous thing to be noted for, not to become notorious, but to become very famous among the crowd. Yeah, moving ahead. Yeah, coming back to this, well, you have covered all the topics which were mentioned, and that was a beautiful mention about Mandya cult, which I was about to do before we conclude the session. Thanks for mentioning that you covered all the points, and with you on this platform, we commit to mark the commitment to fight against the illicit trafficking of the cultural property by ensuring that effective implementation of the UNESCO's Convention, 1970 Convention Act, and its associated mechanisms by strengthening the international cooperation with all the relevant partners. So you have covered all the points. So I have I don't have points to add on to it as I normally do. And definitely strengthening the advocacy and the action concerned with the impact of illicit trafficking on the memory, identity, and the future of the people. We will take it forward from here. Thanks for all the notes that you have mentioned on this forum. Thank you so much. This chapter will definitely remember you, madam. Thank you so much. That was quite comprehensive. Moving ahead, when we talk about illicit trafficking, when people take away the properties, there is always a way of bringing it back to them. That is the return and the reinstitution of the cultural property. And when we talk about return and reinstitution of the cultural property, when we talk about bringing back home, as we move to different topics, we get engrossed within the topic, and we just think about it, and we start taking notes, and we start taking inferences. But who is the person who brings us back to the food, or to the core, or to the roots? Is that Madam Sandhya Balaji? Well, you hope you will agree with me. Always we go back to her and say that, Madam, please come. Let's invite the next speaker on board. So today I have this responsibility of inviting Madam Sandhya Balaji to speak on this topic of return and reinstitution of the cultural property. Well, all I have to mention here is when you can become famous is that when you don't need an introduction. As far as Madam Sandhya Balaji is concerned, I'm sure that everybody will accept with me the fact that she doesn't need an introduction. She's already very famous because she keeps introducing all the speakers as such. Being an educationist, management consultant, entrepreneur, a motivational speaker, and also English and German language trainer. I think she's going to deliver our presentation in German today to keep us all engrossed with that. With the past learning and the present development convener of the Asia Pacific region, the Lady Circle International, past national learning and personal development convener of the Lady Circle India, may I have the privilege of presenting before you Madam Sandhya Balaji to advocate on the topic return and reinstitution of the cultural property. Over to you, Madam Sandhya Balaji. The floor is all yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those kind words, Dr. Vidya. And it's like I'm giving a pat on my back and feeling very good about the introduction. And thank you once again. And it's time for us to talk about any cultural property that was taken away or through some other mode that has left the part of the culture. How do we get it back? Back then, when we were kids, we used to play this game of taking some things and hiding it and then finding it out, or whoever finds it gets to keep it. So, and then we say, finders, keepers. Is that true for us? Is that true for cultural property? Could that happen? Or if not, if you are returning it, what could be the benefits? That is what I would like to talk about today. May I request Dr. Vidya to help me present by sharing the screen? After a very colorful artistic presentation by Dr. Jeannie Rapstad, I think I have very less to say, but still I can add on to what she said and include more on the topic.
I'm actually taking the risk of presenting because already 2 windows of mine are open. And if I have a fear, if I start presenting, I may have to exit. That will not be able to absorb so much load in that. Let me
I can
try.
also try, but again, like always, there is an issue. I don't know why. I think from my Zoom account, I'm unable to share.
And today, I think I'm in the host also. If I exit, the whole meeting will.
Okay, let me just try.
However, let me try that.
No,
it's not working actually.
Okay, I shall just go ahead and present without the presentation. Is that okay?
Yeah. Please.
Okay.
It's not even getting downloaded in my system.
Just give me a minute.
You can do one thing. You can share in the chat box. Can you share your presentation in the chat box?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, because downloading will be a problem then for me. It's not getting downloaded. Okay, let me try now. Sorry.
It's not happening from my end. There's a technical glitch.
Dear, you can
Loading
share
too slow because
and I help you. I share.
Yeah.
hello. Were you able to share it in the chat box?
No, there's a technical glitch from my end. I'm not able to do that as well from my Zoom account. I'm not able to share at all.
Ma'am, will you mail me? We can share, ma'am.
Yeah.
I will post my mail ID in the chat.
Yes, thank you.
Posted, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm sending it across now. I have sent it across.
Okay. You refresh. I did not receive. Ah, yes, ma'am. I will share you now.
So I think the culture of being there for one another is being exhibited live with what is happening now.
I am sharing my screen.
Yeah. Yeah. So as we all know that we're going to deliberate on this topic, return and restitution of cultural property. So before we begin, we should understand what is restitution and also by the term repatriation. Restitution means that we are returning a particular cultural property to a particular individual or community, and repatriation is to a nation. Ma'am, may I request you to spearhead and move forward? So, why is it so important to return a property, a cultural property that has moved away from its original place of existence? Because identity and history is very important, and we need to keep that in mind, that when a person's identity is always questioned, or when a person's identity is retained or aggravated, it can lead to a lot of good and bad consequences. So our objective is to explore how ethically, legally, and in social aspects of returning a cultural object or cultural property will that help us to lead or get to a sustainable developed world. So what is a cultural property? Can we just move to the next slide, slide number 3? Yeah. It is basically defined as objects of historical, artistic, or archaeological value. And it may include different types of artworks, artifacts, manuscripts, or even sacred objects. And how, may I request you to move to the next slide, ma'am? So how this cultural property is acquired is mostly through colonization, through conquest, and sometimes through exploration. How, like Dr. Jeannie said, it could be by some farmers or mining workers who end up getting this cultural property, which they may be aware or may not be aware. And when it is discovered, these products or these things end up in museums and of different countries. So always there has been an ethical debate on the ownership. Like I said, finders, keepers. If something has originated from country A, I don't want to take names of any countries, and it is found in country B. So the B will say that we found it here, it is ours, and country A will probably ask for its origin because it rightfully belongs to them. And here, when we are looking at an argument for a return, why it should be returned, there has to be a mutual respect for from where this thing has been sourced, or to what it means to that particular community or wishes, or how it impacts their society. That should be considered. Now, coming to the legal framework or that governs the restitution and return of cultural property, like Dr. Jeannie had already mentioned, the UNESCO 1970 Convention, it prevents the illicit trade of cultural property, and also the NAGPRA, which is the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act in the US. that also governs the illicit trade of these properties and ensures or intervenes or mediates the return or repatriation of such artifacts. And there are a couple of case studies which are very famous that has brought about the return and restitution. One is the Elgin marbles in the Greece, which actually found its way through an earl by one by name Bruce, and he had given it, he'd obtained it from Greece, and he had settled for these marbles are in right now in the British Museum, and they are still under discussion and they haven't been returned to Greece. Another thing is Benin bronzes, which is from Nigeria, and two countries are involved in this. One is again Britain and Germany. So Germany has respected Nigeria's decision and demand for return has returned, whereas the case still is yet to rest from the side of Britain. And as far as the Native American artifacts are concerned, the US law that has governed on the return of it is still to be resolved. Now, what happens when we restitute or reinstate a cultural property back? It basically brings in a good collaboration and goodwill, and it brings in a lot of cultural heritage for the future generation, of course, and it brings in a lot of patriotism, feeling of belongingness, and it also brings in a feeling of healing among two countries which were not in such a good terms. But then, what are the challenges that are there in bringing up a restitution? At the moment, there is no clear legal mechanism for repatriation. Even though we have the UNESCO's team, there is a committee for resolving the issues. There is a committee to mediate, but there is no clear-cut path. So as part of my speech, I would like to put forth that there has to be a clear-cut mechanism that has to be brought about for repatriation and return of cultural property. And the conflicting claims, the country of origin and the dispute of ownership, even for that, there has to be a clear method that has to be put forth. And when we look at these cultural artifacts that are there from different parts of the world, how to preserve and protect them upon return, who should take custody of that, whether it is the government or whether if it is a community, who in the community should handle it, if there is no proper formal method or for proper organization to take care of the return. So the current efforts that are recently, we all are aware of the Australia's return of Aboriginal artifacts, and there are many other examples that we could bring in to talk about this. And some of the examples were also mentioned by the previous speaker. And one of the speakers also spoke about cultural diplomacy. So with cultural diplomacy, we can bring in we can strengthen the international relations between country and also increase the belongingness between nations through the shared heritage. So here we can see that the role of the museums are very important, and how they help us be the custodian of the cultural property. So which means we have to help and promote them, and we have to balance the preservation. There has to be research and the ethical consideration. Now again, when we talk about when we take in general life, if something goes away from what we used to have, we all feel sad. So if there is a source the country which returns to the source may feel the void that this particular cultural property is missing out of their society. For that, we may look at something like 3D printing for reproducing these artifacts to be shared so that it is also there in the country that it was retained, and also through digital repatriation by creating virtual exhibit of this cultural property. Another method which will help in restitution is to bring in public awareness and education, which again has been discussed in detail by the person who spoke about education. And it is only through education programs that we can inculcate empathy among the current and the future generation. So, what are the economic implications of this restitution? One, for the source country from where this property was where it belonged. Once it is back, it will be a great source of income because it's going to improve the tourism prospects. And the challenge will be for the country from where it is returned, because but then again we are looking at a digital archive of the cultural property wherever possible. And I would then like to say, ma'am, I would like you to move to the slide number 18, which is like indigenous knowledge protection, which is recognition of indigenous knowledge and cultural expression help us when we restitute properties. It brings back the cultural expression, which means it brings back a lot of cultural identity that was missing. Maybe if you look at the dancing Shiva or the Nataraja that was brought back to India, it brought in waves of lot of belongingness. Of course, the void again has to be this thing. So the balancing protection with sharing the global benefit, that is we all know that these kind of illicit trafficking also leads to such kind of cultural property in other countries. So here right now what we should do is, wherever there is a void, we must create a comprehensive digital archive of artifacts. And there should also be documentation, and there should be it should be applied. It should be supported with research. And repatriation can only happen through the correct process, only through such a method. So there is a growing momentum for repatriation in the international discourse. So because everybody wants to bring back their piece of homeland to their own homeland. And the laws and policies that we are looking at should be coming forth in a proper form after summits such as these. When we present papers, there should be cultural property cannot be taken lightly. At the same time, if it is taken lightly, it may lead to serious consequences. So we have to establish a personal connection and encourage the audience, that is the citizens of the world, to reflect on their personal connection with the cultural heritage. And that is how it brings about more understanding and mutual respect. Now, it is not only pertaining to the countries of source or countries of return. As every global citizen, we must emphasize on the collective responsibility to preserve and respect cultural heritage, not just of our own country, but to every part of the world. And we should acknowledge that it is a fair and just action to return it to where it belongs. And with this, I would like to end my presentation saying that to bringing about respect for both the source communities and holding on to the heritage of each and every country can bring about inclusivity in the cultures to accept and reciprocate with mutual respect. And that will definitely lead to a sustainable developed world that we are all looking for and working for. I thank you so much for the opportunity, IAU and Dr. Srividya. And it has been a learning experience for me presenting here. Thank you so much.
Madam Satyabalaji, it was quite comprehensive and very informative and to the point as such. You just nailed it with mentioning to the call of open and inclusive international dialogues for the return and the reinstitution of the cultural property, including the illegal exported property to other countries to the origin. Well, we will definitely promote the effective implementation of the existing legal frameworks or policies for the return of the cultural property to its countries of origin and reinstitution of the in case of illicit appropriation through proactive mediation with the UNESCO intergovernmental committees for promoting the return of the cultural property to assist the countries for the conservation and the management of the cultural property of the situations as it is required. So moving further, thank you so much. It was quite informative, and thanks for all those concrete measures and initiatives to combat on this increasing phenomenon or encourage the art market sectors of the museums and the private collectors to adopt it. And we really stand by you with this. Thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation. That was quite informative. Moving ahead, since we are going to talk about, we have talked about culture, we talked about education, we talked about policies, we talked about handling crisis management, everything. So the whole forum is about digital transformation. Today is the digital era, the new era, the AI era, the AR era, the VR era. So to throw more light on that, may I request Madam Satyabalaji to present Dr. Nada, Professor Dr. Nada, before us to talk more about, to share her insights on creative economy and digital transformation. Over to you, Madam Sandhya. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Today, everything works in a matter of clicks, in a matter of seconds, and digitalization is needed in every aspect of our life. And of course, we need it in our economy as well. So, and who else can better present it than our Professor Dr. Nada Ratkovic, who's a co-founder of IAU Europe, who's the president IAU Research Center, country director IAU Croatia, and co-founder ICWP. She's an assistant professor on Faculty of Economics, Business and Tourism, and she's a professor mentor in high school, VET school, specialized fields of science, technology, innovation, and she's on to research on statistics, math, informatics, STEM, economy, business, tourism, entrepreneurship, accounting, finance, ecology, and SDGs, women's rights and human rights. And she has adorned special roles as educator, researcher, trainer, author, reviewer, project manager, international speaker, moderator, motivator, and woman empowerer, humanitarian, and social worker. So computer informatics, STEM expert, system manager and designer of ERP Infosystems, Microsoft innovative educator expert, and Minecraft global mentor. She's a certified accountant as well, and also a certified ISO internal auditor, advisor in the Agency for Education and Training, active council member on the Operations Research Association of Financial Professionals. She's a very active educator at the Center of Excellence, and she's a teacher for the teachers, and she has received many honorary doctorates. And her introduction goes on and on and on. Her short bio will run for probably hours. So apart from many other achievements of hers, she's a multitasker, global educationist, and she's won many awards, recognition, diplomas, certificates, and medals at national and international levels. And so she has also inspired the world, and she deserves a place in the Golden Book. So many recognitions for all the humanitarian and volunteer action, and she works with students with special needs and gifted students as well. Professor Dr. Nada Ratkovic. I think this is a very small introduction of all the beautiful achievements that you have made. We welcome you wholeheartedly and looking forward to your inputs on digitization and creative economy.
Here I am. Thank you. Thank you, Sandy, for your introduction. Thank you. Thank you so much. No, I don't like to listen about me, so I would think that it is somebody other. But thank you. Today, my topic is really very important because, as Dr. Srividya already say, VR, AR, artificial intelligence, everything. But before I start talking about the digital transformation, I want to say some things because today, even we go through so many topics, explaining so many things, and I feel that we didn't talk about the things what is today very important. Still thing. So I'm coming from Croatia, one beautiful country with more than 1,000 islands. You know, that is really when we talk about richness. So who is rich? We are not talking about the money. We're talking about the beauty. We are talking about the nature. We are talking about what is for us something beautiful. And tourism. Tourism is the field where we can express everything. So Croatia at the first place have tourism, and almost we are all living from tourism. I can say also that I am investing a lot in this tourism, especially in rural tourism, because my parents are from the rural part of Split-Dalmatia County, where we have beautiful old houses, old stone houses, and where we have our guests, and there me and my family are taking care about that. So there is no money that somebody will offer me to sell him that houses. Because that is the most, I can say, that don't have a value. So, working on the faculty of economic, business, and tourism, you see, we have this part of tourism. Even I don't have the subject in this tourism, but I'm working for that and part of like an entrepreneur here. In this part, I'm an entrepreneur. So I want to say that what is today offering the most works, tourism and the tourism industry, like a largest and most dynamic industry today, is in the global economy. So what we have today, the digital transformation and digital tools. I'm working on this digital tool. So as Sandy said, I'm working on this apps. I'm making apps for the tourist field. So if we talk about tourism, tourism today is a phenomenon, and there's so many relationships with all other fields. So tourism will give you the health. Tourism will give you the wellness. Tourism will master your life. So in a relationship with everything. So that is very difficult to explain something that you need to follow, like the law. There are so many codes called the cause-effect relationships, which are established between these economic entities. So talking about tourism, it is the basic measure for development of any social, any economic progress of country, and also for the world. So since tourism is service activity, human resources are going to be a great importance for the success of every tourist destination, not only in my country, in all around the world and in all the segments. So for every country, tourism is very important economic activity because it is only generating today the biggest employment. So work in tourism requires development of various skills, systematic learner, and it is ordered to maintain, improve the quality of service. So this economic development, this accelerated economic development is really conditioned by the development of technology. We are talking about the digital technology, automatization of production, which will largely replace today the human work, and that is artificial intelligence. It is leading to that. It is leading to the surplus of the labor in the primary and secondary sector. So that is one of the reasons for the increasement of the unemployment. Then, resulting the surplus, the labor force. We have this labor, we need more educated labor, and it is giving this the absorption in the tertiary sector. We know what is the meaning of the tertiary sector, and that is in the tourism. So due to this, due to the complexity, due to the fragmentation, it can be classified in, I can say, in any standard economic category. So it should be viewed as a system which are connecting numerous economic branches and activities. So accordingly to that, what are the effects? I want to explain that the effects of tourism on employment are visible in numerous economic branches and activities. So there is a question. The question big arises from that. What is that? It is that what extent is possible to determine which jobs today, which are the jobs which are consequence of the development of tourism and the number of required employees. I can say that we still don't have, my country, we still don't have enough number of employees. We are bringing from the countries, from other countries, we have the workforces for the labor for the summer, because we don't have, we are a small country, we have only 4 million citizens. So playing this crucial role in economic development, comparing to other sectors in economy, tourism is the fastest growing area and accounts for more than once Dr. Matrayo already explained it from the political, from the law side, and this work with tourism is considered always from the side of science, giving a significant source of employment, a job creator for all younger population, women and migrants. We see NADA in Croatia is doing that. llU in India is doing that. Sir Piyush also now have a eco village with a school, with a new James school. So we are here in the trend. We have this result. We have this changing tourist activities. We are creating new types of tourism. What are that new types of tourism? These new types of tourism will lead us to the changes in the labor market. We know what it means, market, supply, demand. What is the changes today in the labor market? So labor today gives us the basic factor of all forces for every one society. So if we look at tourism like something diversified or diversification, so I can say there will be so many other activities, opportunities to make that career, to make the job for the future, for all the generations. So young people today are the key to success in tourism, but success requires competence, and we already say which competence the youth need the expertise, need the skills, need to brush and bring a fresh new knowledge. So these employees in this demand, what I'm talking about, the demand, it is necessary to achieve some competitive positions. So not on the domestic markets, on the international market. So I will say now, we know there are various types of tourism: rural, cultural, thematic, religious, health, adventure, congress, so scientific tourism. You know, this is for me very, very special, this type of scientific tourism. So trends are changing from year to year. And then it is order of your country. if your country wants to become a tourist destination, so if you want to have bigger, if you want to have that number of visitors will grow. So we need new demands. And today, this topic about the culture, about tourism, it is a great topic because tourists today, tourist one, tourist two, tourists are making new demands, expressing the new needs, uh, helping, giving, all what we have, all what we are requiring continuously. We are monitoring that. We are adapting that. Professor Nada whole year is monitoring the situation on the trade. I'm interested. Who will come to me? Who will come to Croatia? So giving this types. Encouraging children. Also, I want to mention here when we are in this branch of tourism, uh, why I started with this rural tourism because so many projects with my student we are doing on a smart village, and be sure that my village will be very soon a smart village. So investing in the quality, learning the students, giving the quality, giving the standard of the education. So I want to say it is not only traveling, it is not only attracting people. We want to attract the resters. We are talking about sustainable development goals, all sustainable development goals. So, according to the World Trade Organization, we are thinking on this. Yes, a tourist is a person, is a domicile who is going to a trip for a reason. So I am deciding to go on an official trip. I want to go to a conference. I want to go to a cruise, or I want to go to work somewhere. So at the last time, at the last maybe 24 hours, it is very necessary to us to know, to make a distinguish who is tourist, who is visitor, and who is the excursionist. So giving this opportunity, bringing a digital revolution, digital transformation, and you need to know, you need to have a knowledge, you need to have a knowledge if we talk about digital transformation, not only in tourism, in leadership, in everything. So if you are not a good leader, if you don't have the characteristics of a leader, you cannot also work in this branch. So effects are measurable. We are talking about microeconomy, macroeconomy. So globally, macroeconomically, and microeconomically. So scientific NADA has another part which is interested, and I'm sure that in few years I will also bring that, and that is scientific research, and it is starting with this integral approaches what I'm talking. Tourist, business subject, and government and the state institutions about bringing local social communities. So all that characteristics, needs, wishes, habits, possibilities, behavior will make a decision how this would need to be, what will be the meaning of the scientific research, and it cannot be without innovation, invention, patents. That is a part of that. So if we bring that in this branch and in this market, smart village, I'm sure that we will have more jobs, more tourists. We will build a better career for the youth. Um we will give the synergy for the education, and we will follow all this trends what we need, and that is what I'm talking and what I'm saying. Have knowledge, have skill, create them, create a foundation of knowledge, learn by doing, learn by acting. That is the new way. That is what quality education today needs, even it is in a hotel, even it is in a tourism, even it is in a vocational school, university, anywhere. Give the future experts to the leaders in tourism and give them a future trend. And that is the modernization. That is the modernization of vocational education, what is necessary, what we are doing, what we are changing, what we are making. I can say when almost from when I start working at the high school, at the university, we are doing this modernization of the vocational education because we cannot live without that. And question is arising every day. We have more questions. Do a practice, not only theory, hard skills, soft skills, organizational skills, digital skills, entrepreneurial skills, people management skills. Practice, remember this. Practice is very important if you want to be a good expert in tourism in any field. So try to have a specialized knowledge. Yes, we are all running around. We think that we can do everything, but we can do everything, but we need to be specialized. We need to have a specialized knowledge. We need to learn through practice. We need to learn through the different types of jobs, through the seasonal jobs, through the simplest jobs, through the different studies. And that is the way how we will build our future, and digital transformation, digital tools, everything. You see, this social media, this metaverse, the ChatGPT, is it really true that maybe that it is really true that ChatGPT can replace us, artificial intelligence can't replace us? I will say never will replace us, never will replace us, because we are that who are creating that. So there are limitations. So Professor Nada has started. I want to stop here because I'm already coming to another topic and my time is over.
Thank you, Dr. Nada.
I think that it's over. I'm so excited when I start to talk a lot, then I cannot stop. So thank you.
What to say, really? And well, you have covered all the points, and definitely we will take into consideration definitely to foster the development of the sustainable cultural and creative sectors, to support the creative economy. That's going to come up. And as a socio-economic rights of all the artists and the cultural professionals, fascinating the whole scenario of facilitating the mobility and better regulatory digital platforms, as you have mentioned, engaging them in a participatory dialogue between the organizations, such that we are able to design, as you rightly said, you develop skills, make it more equitable access to cultural markets, design, develop, and implement policies and regulatory frameworks, as well as action plans, as you mentioned about Tibet, of production, dissemination, and consumption of the cultural goods and services in the digital environment. Be digitally compliant, competent, noticeably for fostering the cultural dialogue between all the stakeholders, the private sector, the relevant NGOs, and the IEOs, in particular the World Trade Organization, the World Intellectual Property Organization, and the United Nations Conference of Trade and Internet Providers. Or everyone, we build capacities to leverage the digital technologies for cultural employment, as well as to enhance 7, the safeguarding, promotion, digitalization, and inventorying of the cultural heritage, including through Tibet, by fostering the requirements, as you rightly mentioned. Thank you so much. That was quite it. Moving on, there's only one person who's left.
Yes. It will be my pleasure to introduce that person. Our next pointer of deliberation. Before I begin on the next pointer, I really enjoyed the speech of Dr. Nada, especially her point on how the tourism industry has also become very demanding, especially from the tourists, is a very, very valid point, and catering to each and every industry the customers are demanding, and her point on the tourists being demanding has become one great point of discussion which I noted, and I really liked how she put forth the digital needs of that industry. And yes, now we should deliberate on how the strategic directions embracing culture and tourism shall enhance the global economy. I personally feel that there are strategic directions that embrace the culture and tourism. They are the economic drivers, and they have a great impact on the global economy. And these will definitely help us achieve many of the SDGs, which are to bring in to stimulate economic growth, SDG 8, and job creations, thereby alleviating poverty, which is SDG 1, and also bring in strategies that can advance global partnership, which is SDG 17. So to talk about this, we have a very, very special speaker, our very own Dr. Srividya Sukumar, who is an educationist, entrepreneur, and she's into research and development. She's a strategic transformation consultant. She's a master life coach and business coach, and she's a quality assurance expert. She's a volunteer at UNESCO, UNICEF, Emirates Red Crescent, Al Maktoum Foundation, Sharjah Social Welfare, and she also has her own YouTube channel in the name of Schmaltz. So here we are with our very own dear program coordinator and project head, Dr. Srividya Sukumar, to give her inputs on strategic directions.
Thanks for all your patience. With due respect to all your patience, all your support, and here coming as the last speaker. Coming the last is always very advantageous. Either you speak more, take hell of time. Otherwise, you speak very less. You don't open it at all.
We are waiting, Dr. Srividya, for you because we want to hear you, our dear audience. This is our amazing Dr. Srividya Sukumar. So let us hear what she will bring today on this amazing topic about the tourism heritage, green tourism, and digitalization.
Well, we have talked it further, right from for about 3 years now, heritage, culture, and tourism. So the participants, the presidency goes on, green tourism, digital culture, and tourism in SMEs and MSMEs, and cultural development for sustainable development and global economy. Here we go. My introduction is already over. Coming to the crest of it, the strategic directions embracing culture and tourism enhances the global economy. So this approach places an emphasis on the goods, services, activities of the cultural, artistic, and the heritage nature, whose origin lies in human creativity, whether past or present, doesn't matter. We always ahead of future. It also underscores the necessary function of each aspect of the cultural value chain that allows goods, services, and activities, all the three together, to reach the public and the market. Therefore, this definition is not limited to the output of the human creativity, but to the industrial reproduction, but it includes the other activities that contribute to the creation and distribution of the cultural and creative products. There we go. We are going to speak more about on cultural economy, acknowledge the complex links between the sectors that I have already mentioned and the policy dimensions. Hopefully, we should be able to cover it with it. So this is what the UNESCO's framework on cultural economy based on. Basically, this was a picture which I've taken. So I've just manifested over here in the easy domain, cultural domains and the related domain. The first A is cultural natural heritage that many of us have spoken about, performance and celebration activities, visual arts and crafts that comes under the digitalization as well. Also about the manuscripts and the books and the press releases, audiovisual interaction and medias, design and creative services, tourism, sports and recreation. So these are the different disciplines that totally comes under the cultural heritage that we're talking about. But what it requires is that intangible cultural heritage, it requires education and training, archiving and preserving of all the equipments and the support materials. So where does it head to? It heads to the cultural economy. These products and services that we have seen in the previous slide, whose primary economic value derives from the cultural value, that needs more economic interventions and innovations in terms of markets, production, and entrepreneurship. So business and economy more related to the products that are being there. So that needs both the knowledge and the acknowledgement and the services of the public and the private sectors. It needs protection. So when it goes to the private and the public sectors, what it needs is that the policies should enhance protection, development, transmission of all the acceptance of the cultural life that goes with the heritage and the contemporary. So the economic cultural economy as a complexity, acknowledge the complexity between all these sectors that I've mentioned, and one size doesn't fit all because each sector is totally different. So it should be tailor-made. It should be made exclusively for that particular industry and that particular country and that particular state, such that we are able to accommodate and make changes to adapt to it and need to address the specific needs, being inclusive, but keep the connections to the wider cultural economy that we're talking about. That's our focus. So the cultural, the creative industry products such as experiences, services, originals, and the contents, it goes on like this. When it comes to the services, as we have heard through and through, it's marketing, architectural design, advertising, post-production facilities. When it comes to the experiences that we've talked about, experiences of heritage, experience of tourism services, experience of architectural designing, etc., etc., etc. When it comes to the originals, there are all antiques, designer making, crafts, and visual arts. And what is more needed is online and mobile services, publishing, TV, radio, broadcast, etc., film studios, how to go about it. When it is a Venn diagram, then the intersection part of it is how to reach the community. So how to reach the community, the cultural and the creative industries. Next step is the value chain. So we need to adopt the value chain, replace manufacture because it's already there. How to reach the public, that's what we are going to talk about. And generate it as IPR through direct creative input, increase symbolic value of goods and services. So when it comes to that, what are the factors that we need to keep in mind, or why do we need to, what our cultural industries need to address is that economic significance when it comes to the employment, wealth, and income and turnover, foreign exchange, when it comes to the distinctiveness, the local and cultural identity of and relating it to the globalization, the social impact of personal development and common culture, image, marketing, and tourism, communication. How do we communicate? How we take it forward, either through ideas or dissemination through information, through forums or debate or ideology. When it comes to that, we cannot compromise on the innovation, the creativity which is being available or which is being challenging through and through. How to overcome the problems of the creativity or whatever thing, relating it to that, going back to the roots, going back to the community is the main thing that we talk about. That's what the culture is all about, going to the roots. So when we talk about how to relate it to the culture, how to relate to the nation building, how to relate to the creation of the meaning for the common good, that's what we are going to talk about. When we talk about the policy dimensions, what's that needs to the thrust of it is that sustainable and competitive creative and cultural economy needs effective policy making. So the government interventions shall help to structure around which is creative and cultural economy as IP regulations, local or cultural infrastructure and cultural facilities, technology and internet and other telecommunication quality access, tax regimes, education policies from schools to all the territories that are involved, local and regional government involvement, rights and status of the artists, financial and administrative support. Creative and cultural economy is both of local and global and local phenomenon. So, moving ahead. So, what are the different fields or different industries which comes into that? Tourism, agriculture and agribusiness, technology, consumer products, and lifestyle and wellness. Together, they form the policy areas, and they form as cultural tourism, design and landscaping, animation, graphic, web designing, design and manufacturing, and the mission is that the products and the spiritual lifestyle. So the elements of technical assistance in supporting and strengthening the cultural and the creative industries are such that promote competition and innovation, strengthen capacities of the human resource and training, improve production infrastructures and investment environment, facilitate access to finance, strengthen legal infrastructure, develop internal and external markets such that we create the cultural and creative industries. So the concept of creative economy is getting summed up as all concept-based creative assets embracing cultural, economic, social, technological aspects as central applications as seen in the feasible policy option to diversify the economies and improve trade and development gains in countries around the world. So the characteristics that will include is that knowledge-based economic activities, intensive use of creativity added value to products and services, and the ability to generate income from trade to property rights. So what are the products and services that the creative economy will handle is that visual arts, traditional knowledge, music, performing arts, audio visuals, digital animation and multimedia, design, literature and publishing, visual arts, etc., etc., etc. So when it comes to how do we relate it to the creative economy to innovation is that the creative industries play a significant role in the UK innovation system that firms that twice the average of the amount of the creative inputs, that 25% is more likely to introduce product innovations. So moving ahead, the creative trident of Park Center of Excellence for Creative Industries sector specific focus on the economic contribution to the creative to the wider economy. Track the creative occupation in creative industries as well as in manufacturing and wider services as health, education, business services, and government. So design occupations particularly embedded in the employment of creative occupation in other industries, resulting in undercounting to the designing sector of 36. So when it comes to that, the creative diagram states that 55% of the creative occupations are located in the other industries, and the creative occupation in other industries account for 35% of the total occupation. And the creative occupation is 64% of the total employment of CIS and the rest of the economy. So developing an advocacy position in your country is how will you define these creative industries or the creative industry economy with your authorities. That what will it include, what will it exclude, what will be the defining characteristics of the creative sector. Do we need to have a phased approach when working with the definition? That's what we're going to see together. So this is what the 4 distinct levels of contribution will be: primary, direct, and quantifiable. Secondary is indirect and quantifiable but multipliers. Territory is that direct and non-quantifiable intervention and innovation. And the third is that the quantifiable for the quality of life and motivation and productivity without compromising on the cultural identity and the preservation of the traditional culture and creative new cultural identities. So when we develop policies like this, the economic analysis of the creative industries will include industrial organization analysis, measuring standard economic variables, gross added value, levels of employment, labor loss in labor investment, and the core of mapping ideas with all the three. And the economic impact analysis will event into cultural events in the local area as far as museums, festivals, heritage sites with the effect of the local economy and the community and the benefits that flow through value chain analysis. So the cultural production chain describes the full range of activities that is required to bring a product or a service from the conception, from the creation to the intermediate phase of production, pre and post-production delivery to the final consumers, including activities such as designing, promotion, marketing, distribution, and support services up to the final consumer. As Dr. Nada was mentioning, digital world is based on this. So the creative industries value chain will work like this: the beginning, the production, the circulation, distribution, delivery mechanisms on the audience reception. So the value chains for the policy development will include: can the policy makers determine the needs of the cultural and the creative industries depending upon the local needs of that particular country or a state or a place? And can be used to inform policy and measures, support project design to address the entrepreneurial needs, can be used to access the regulatory legislative framework to each phase of the value chain associated with the training and the education requirements. So when we create a product, we should know how to sell it. So training comes in handy. So when it comes to that, the culture, whom we are going to sell to, our audience, the cultural entrepreneurs can use the VCs to understand the reasons to make the market failure, access the blockages and gaps into the weaknesses of the specific sector, identifying the challenges and the opportunities. So the simple value chain goes like this. When it comes to the complicated thing, it's basically when I've taken music value chain as an example, such that we are able to deliver it to the people. So assessment of the cultural and creative industries, who are the key players in each moment. We should have a very clear, fair idea before drafting a policy. Who are the key players in that moment? Which is the workplace where we are going to deliver it? Which is the regulatory framework for each and every momentary value chain, and the education and training program, and how do we cater to the problems that we are going to address to? So the economic analysis with the urban and the regional goals include creative clusters, creative cities, cultural quarters, and creative regions. So when it comes to that, we will be able to move forward with creating the conditions of the inward investment. So technological evolution and the strategic management goes hand in hand with all this. New technologies are transforming and reinventing the travel experiences with the deep strategic implication of the tourism companies, and the whole industry is about new business models. The technology and innovation are intimately bound, and the innovation is undoubtedly at the heart of the discourse of the strategy and competitiveness. So the tourism companies must rethink what they need to do as a result of each techno changes, as every aspect of the tourism interaction must be scrutinized in particular to the new technological solutions and are being useful for this analysis and the corresponding involvement. So the future of the tourism industry is that, as mentioned below, has significantly impacted the bunch of the new technologies in the permanent evolution as augmented reality, touch walls, emotion walls, sensor tiles, natural language processing, real-time translation, green technologies, usage of 3D, human-computer interaction, etc., etc. As we have remote cars, flying cars, and flying buses, all these things are going to be possible in that. So the remote control tourists with the biometrics of voice prints and the voice regulation, face coding, decoding, communal objects, interactive electronic players, radio frequency, identification, virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, everything is going to take DNA scan, fingerprint, eye scan, QR codes, etc., etc., etc. So we are going to be left with nothing left. Having experienced the evolution of the World Wide Web in 1990s, the mobile internet in the beginning of the 21st century, and we are heading towards the Internet of Things, which are likely to have the technical phenomenon with a deeper influence of the years to come. However, the Internet of Things are readily moving to the newer level. When we say that we have mastered something in internet, tomorrow the internet has something very new to offer to us. So we need to get updated. So tourists could be segmented based on their emotions, helping to design the offer personalized experiences and advertisements according to people's moods as such. So that's what is called as smart tourism. A smart tourist destination is based on the extensive use of the cutting-edge technologies in order to create an advanced digital space able to improve the whole management of the destination. It is built on the values of innovation and sustainability, working to improve the tourist experience and enhance the quality of the life of the local communities of the residents into it. Spain has already implemented it, the smart tourism. So moving ahead, how we are going to take it forward to the global scenario. The future of the tourism is determined by the range of the new technologies in the permanent evolution. The new technological solutions are intended to improve the experience of the tourist and increase the level of satisfaction. In addition, they can serve as some tourist segments, such as people with disabilities, that including inclusiveness and reduced mobility. Shortly, our lives as also tourists will be more and more technological dependent, such that if I want to go to Spain, I don't need to go to Spain actually. Only thing is I need to take the technology help such that I'm able to feel that I'm already in Spain. In this section, several examples are offered as related to various types of technologies. So concluding, new technologies will be increasingly used to drastically increase the efficiency, reduce costs, personalize the customer experience, and improve service. So the greatest efforts are being made in the areas of machine learning, natural language processing, voice recognition, chatbots, etc., etc. All of them are related to the artificial intelligence can play a key role in all. With the current hyper-dynamic environment, experimentation is the new planning. Any organization has to be transformed to the engine of possibilities into an evolving portfolio of strategic experiments. So sustainable tourism is not difficult to define. To the tourism industry, it means the development is appropriate to the conservationist, and it means the principles articulated a century ago or once again in vogue to the environmental. It provides justification, the preservation of the significant environments from the development to the pollution. It provides an opportunity to use the words rather than the actions. So the World Tourism Organization defines the sustainable tourism development as the needs of the present tourists and host regions while protecting and enhancing the opportunities for the future. So it is envisaged as a leading to the management of the resources in such a way that the economic, social, and aesthetic needs can be fulfilled while manufacturing the cultural integrity and essential ecological projects, biodiversity, and the life support systems. So sustainable tourism in developing countries found in the form of ecotourism and community-based tourism that provides an employment opportunities, income gathering opportunities, and financing for community projects, which will help preserve the social ties and prevent out migration and of the rural communities. So benefits may accrue to elite factions of the community, but limited benefits to the poor. Whereas the tourism entrepreneurs interested in implementing these initiatives will help alleviate poverty, government support, and the commitment to the welfare of the citizens that is essential to success. So the ecotourism and the community-based tourism, this is going to be the rule of the world. And developing countries, Fiji has already done it. For example, ecotourism and the community-based tourism developed as a complementary to more conventional mass tourism products found in the form of activities like village builds, cultural performance, and natural treks. And recently, indigenous entrepreneurs and communities have developed budget resorts and village stays catering to the backpackers and the independent travelers, etc. So the tools of sustainability is going to be area protection, industry regulation, visitor management techniques, environmental impact, and carrying capacity calculations with consultation participation techniques of code of conduct, definitely following the tourism and the industry of host and sustainability indicators, footprinting, certification, sustainability livelihoods in the framework. So the ecotourism is a form of tourism that fosters the learning experience and appreciation of the natural environment and some component thereof associated with the cultural products. So moving ahead, talking about the community-based tourism, which is again going to be the rule of the world, is the quality of life the community residents are maximizing the local economic benefits, conserving the natural and the built-in environment, providing visitors a high value of money experience. So more sustainable forms of tourism have concentrated on the community that's going to have the developmental approach. As such, I can give example of Kerala, a place in India which follows the community-based tourism as the example of it. So pro-poor tourism, this is again one part of it which is going to be a threat finding, which needs to be handled in such a way that can spread the poor by encouraging a wide range of players, so the community, private sector, the civil sector, etc., etc., etc. It just goes on with the labor policies and the hotels and the resorts that are best involved in it. So to increase the economic benefits, increase the local employment wages, commitments to the local jobs trainings of the local people, expand local enterprise opportunities, including those that provide services to the tourism operators, example, food suppliers, those that sell the tourists, handicraft makers, guides, cultural performers, so they all will get their livelihood. Enhance the non-financial livelihood impacts as capacity building, training, minimize environmental impacts, monitor the use of resources, improve social cultural impacts, increase the local access of the infrastructure and the services provided for tourists as roads, communication, healthcare, and transport, enhance participation in the partnerships of all the local communities, create a supportive policies in the planning and the framework that enables the participation of the poor, increase participation of the poor in the government and the private sector decision making, build pro-poor partnerships with all the private sector, increase the flow of information and the communication between the stakeholders. So this is how it has been given as an example, taking Fiji as an example. I've just mentioned that. So tourism and environment, the environment includes the social, economic, cultural, and biophysical elements, is both a resource and the constraint to the tourism. The tourism development has brought both positive and the negative impacts. We should accept it. And the relation between the tourism and environment can be better examined in terms of nature, scale, and the pace of the environmental manipulation. So what is the alternative form of tourism that we can relate it to is that realization lead to the review of the alternative tourism and the tourism typologies, considering preferable of the mass tourism. Alternative tourism involves approaches to the ecotourism, community-based tourism, agro-tourism, and responsible tourism considered as the most sustainable and ethical factors. So alternative tourism approaches to the mass tourism, which resolves the economic issues, socio-cultural factors, relationship with the environment, and host community participation as such. And also it works on the development of the ST strategies that provide the more equitable and economic benefits to host destinations. Ecotourism can be an approach that enables the economic development and economic protection while protecting the well-being of the local communities. So the policies and the implementation include the tendency to view tourism as a private sector industry, which is determined by the market forces. Recent attention paid to the role of the government and the public sector. The tourism development is sustainable with the contribution to the policy elevation. So these are the quotes that I've taken from different publication. So summary is that tourism destinations require sustainable management of the limited sources. The chapter discussed with the tourism resources and sustainability approaches to tourism as a number of specific examples from Fiji Islands that have been already mentioned. So the chapter also examined the concepts of sustainable tourism, pro-poor tourism, and the interdependency of the tourism and the environment. And there is a need to maintain a balance between the environmental protection, cultural integrity, social justice, and the promotion of the economic benefits that meets the growth of host population. So the different types of tourism can offer more potential sustainable solutions using tools of sustainability that can provide more sustainable resource under management. So this is what we talked about. All these things, it goes more and more. So I would like to sum it up because in conclusion, in scenario, the unprecedented changes for the speed, scale, scope, and strategic agility is one of the most important challenges. How companies learn to regenerate strategy is the key issue today. So we need to resolve that. To do so, they have to move out of the inertia of the strategic insight to execution and back to straight strategic insight. Another greatest challenge to deal with the scenario is understanding of the new ethical dilemmas that will be faced on day in and day out by the business leaders. At the end, there are people and their values that they will be critical for making responsible decisions under CSR framework. So thank you so much. So that was very fast, I know that, but still thinking about the time constraint that we have got, I had to really finish it fast and sum it up. So thanks
Yet
for all
it
your
was crispy yet detailed. Every detail was covered and no stone unturned.
Yes, Dr. Srividya, everything covered. Dr. Srividya, you are amazing. Big clap. Let us a big clap for our project manager.
And before we end, I know that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you all. So,
and before the end, we will not talk a lot.
Yeah. So
we talk almost, Dr. Srividya, 4 hours. 4 hours are we talking? So we are coming at the end.
Over to Madam Satya Balaji. I know what she is already ready for it.
Andy, let us see what is the next Sunday.
Yes, I will quickly run you through what we did the last couple of weeks. We have deliberated on the following topics week after week. We began with Education 360 with our presidency as ensure inclusive, equitable, quality education and promote lifelong opportunities for all. The next week marked the deliberations on Shakti Spectrum, Women Empowerment, Yuva, and Go Global, which is about the youth and the women, which is a paradigm shift from individual development to leadership development and community partnership. The week after saw topics of digitalization and innovation with science, stream, vocation, and employability, with next production revolution as the main focus. Then we spoke about entrepreneurship and MSME. The month of August began with energy, so resources, sources, sustainability, and employability, with our presidency being efficient and sustainable use of natural resources with 3 R's, RE dialogue. Then after that, we discussed upon health is wealth with agriculture and food security. On 20th of August, which had inclusion, financial architecture, and international growth. The week after marked for international taxation, trade, and investment with exports and imports, with our presidency being reform, reshape, restructure and reconstitute the international tax architecture. And today, the 3rd September, we have had 4 long hours of heritage, culture, and tourism. And the next week, we will celebrate the future, the 2030 agenda and sustainable development. Our presidency will be accelerating progress towards the SDG for an ambitious G20 action plan. And on 17th September will be the concluding event where we talk about how we are going to go about publishing papers and patent submission with the validatory function. That's it from my side.
Wow. What to say? Bravo.
Yes.
Don't we all deserve this? Every one of us deserve this, really. That was really fabulous, because imagine next week we are going to talk about all 17 sustainable goals. How long is it going to take? I really don't know. And how many speakers are going to be there on board with us? That also, it's too challenging. Well, it's time to say thanks to each one of us who have contributed that time. And well, all those that we have articulated today, we have talked about, we have inferred, and so many people have just put in their thoughts and they shared their knowledge on this platform. How to move forward is the best thing, is that we have sown this thought, we have sown this seed today. That is a saying, hope everybody will agree with me. Sow a thought, reap an action. Sow an action, reap a habit. Sow a habit, reap a character. Sow a character, reap a destiny. So the thought which is sown today has to go to the destiny when it becomes your a habit, when it becomes your character, when you start living through it, when it starts evolving in you as yourself, such that you are able to bring the change in you, so that you will be able to take it forward to the community and influence the country or the community where you belong to. So that's what it's all about. And that's what the whole effort is all about. And we have got all passionate people from different parts of the globe. We are so very indebted to them, all our partners, all our speakers who have joined us today. And there are certain patterns, like people who are just joining us as patrons. They don't speak. They just join us for the session, for being there, just for being there, just extending that kind of a support. That's really fabulous. And this is such a wonderful platform which has brought all of us together. And with our sincere thanks to Dr. Piyush Pandit, sir. So we move ahead, and Dr. Nada, who has been always very supportive and who's always there as a leader. Because when you say she's a leader, she knows the way, and she knows the way, and she shows the way to others. So that's how Dr. Nada is, and she always leads us. And taking it forward, well, we can say that the concept is from us, but still taking it forward successfully with IAU, with all bringing in all kind of speakers, all speakers on board to us. And each and every single speaker is so valuable. Whatever they share on this platform is such an amazing thing that we go back and we listen to them, and we think that, oh God, such a beautiful point that she has mentioned. Every time it so happens with us. Thank you so much. And every one of us, it's a great time to be here on this platform with each and every one of you, really. And Dr. Nada?
Yes, I'm listening you. I want to thank you for your beautiful words. And I want to say that we are really coming very soon. We have only 2 Sundays still for this G20 summit. And as you say, we really have a wonderful guests, wonderful speakers, chief guests, and our great audience with us whole time. So I think that this G20 summit is something that we really need to do, and I think that somebody who didn't watch or miss because it is Sunday, a day for a family or something like that, need to watch, because it is very important. There is no thing that we didn't touch through this month. Every Sunday we are here bringing, and yes, what will be the conclusion? We are really very innovative, creative, critical thinkers, all here who were who were with us this all amazing sessions. So, Dr. Srividya, Dr. Sunny, great. IIU team, Dr. Inga is still with us today here. Madame Janie with a beautiful hat. A big clap for Madame Janie. Oh, Dr. Guli, who has a little baby, she was amazing. Dr. Mayola, Dr. Tess, everybody. And we here, Dr. Lakshima, and all from the team IIU who today present on this very, very important topic. And yes, our great Piyush Pandit, who is not with us on this IIU stage, but he's listening, watching, monitoring. He's always with us in our all great events and all our great projects, whatever we are doing. So yes, we come to the end. We come to the end today. Let us all you be with us next Sunday at the same time. As Dr. Srividya say, we will bring such a galaxy of estimated guest speakers on the all 17 sustainable development goals. And yes, as she say, who knows how long will be that conference. But be sure that you will go and get a galaxy of knowledge. So before the end, Dr. Srividya, all cameras, smile. Dr. Tanura, Gustavo, Balasundaram, please open your camera. Dr. Tancred, Gustavo, no, they're not listening to me. They don't.
You can have to open your camera, please.
Please open your camera. Gustavo, if you don't open the camera, you will go out. Yes, because I want a photo with people who are here. So who will not open the camera will be moved from here. Dr. Gustavo Balasundaram. Nothing.
Mr. Balasundram.
Just a moment, nothing. Okay. And who is this Balasundaram? Just a minute.
He didn't open his camera from the beginning.
No, he cannot. Probably they have issues. Balasandrum, I think that they have issues. They cannot open the camera. So I want a big smile. Beautiful ladies. Everyone. So on the photo are only beautiful ladies. Great. Sandy, one because of you. One more beautiful smile, please.
Nada, you need lighting. The face is in the dark.
What?
You need lighting.
Oh, okay. I will open the light. Yes, wait.
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah. Yes. It's better.
I was lazy to get up to open the. Great.
Congratulations to you. Wow, well done.
Congratulations to everyone.
Yes.
Every single one of us. That's fabulous.
Yes.
And thanks to Arjun also. Beautiful. It's a fabulous working together. Really.
Yes.
Thank you. Please convey our regards to Dr. Ramesh, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Bye-bye. Until we see
Was
next
wonderful.
Sunday.
Next Sunday.
Everybody. Thank you so much.
Shall we leave, ma'am?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jeannie. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, let us finish. Bye. Bye.